military humanitarian aid to Ukraine while maintaining progressive positions on diplomacy and human rights. Should AOC run for president in 2028? We'll go to Crystal in Fargo, North Dakota, a Republican. Crystal, what do you think?
Well, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. There's a difference between should and will. I go all the way back as a small child to Senator Margaret Chase Smith in 1962, running for president. She was senator from Maine at that time. And as a small child, I always thought, wow, that is as a woman, I will become a woman. That is an amazing woman, smart and articulate, and where she stood on the issues at the time. I've lived long enough also to see Geraldine Ferraro running with Walter Mondale as vice president. I've seen Elizabeth Dole. I've seen Hillary Clinton. And each time I've looked at who now would be our Margaret Thatcher. Any of those women could have filled that role that I look at when I think about Margaret Thatcher. Comparing all of those ladies that I mentioned against Vice President Kamala Harris and Alexandria Cortez, I say no. They have a right to be elected, and the people who they serve and did serve.
Camilla, Alexandra, close enough. She got close enough to their names. All good.
Ossoff.
Jen waltzing on over to Twitch to throw 200 bits at Ossoff. All right. All right. Well, welcome in, guys. Welcome on in. We got a pretty chill Friday here. We'll see how long we go. We got a NPR interview with Khanna that I keep putting off. I just want to check out a couple minutes because he's one of the few people that's openly entertaining a 2028 run. We know other people are, but they're not talking about it. He's actually in a unique position as the representative of Silicon Valley and having a national presence, talking about how we bring the success of Silicon Valley and California to the rest of the country. It's an interesting discussion. Maybe he gets creamed on the data centers and the AI stuff moving forward. Who knows? Seems like him and AOC are the only two people talking about it right now. Michael from PA put out a video explaining why Hung lost, so curious to hear who he blames for that. I doubt there's any self-reflection or anything she could have done better, but we'll see. And Hassan put out a video too, so I've got those queued up. And then Trump made some weird comments today that he's on the verge of declaring the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory, so that should get interesting. Surely that'll go well. Very interesting. I'm guessing that's what his supporters want. That's what the American people are looking for, us to get even more involved in the Iran conflict. Why not? Who knows? Remaining in the Strait of Hormel foods. All right, let's jump into this and see what's up. Let me do a refresh here, though. Curious if NBC News now, Meet the Press Now has their full broadcast, but they do not. So let's look at the video they put out about Trump declaring, says he will soon declare the Strait of Hormuz a U.S. territory.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington, where the cost of President Trump's war against Iran is growing politically, militarily, and economically. This afternoon, President Trump addressing for the first time criticism and concerns over poor conditions and fading morale on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been deployed since December with 5,000 sailors and Marines on board.
Wow. Where's your alert there, buddy? What happened? Friday, thank you for the 54-month resub on Twitch. Appreciate that. The alerts were working a moment ago. Oh, it says you've been a moderator for 54 months. What the hell is that bullshit? Stupid Twitch giving you guys any reason to highlight your message. That's ridiculous. I can't stand the watch streak. I think that's so stupid. And now they came up with this thing. Friday Boss Man is celebrating his 54 months as a moderator. IRI made me a mod like a week before Russia invaded Ukraine. So happy 4-year, 6-month anniversary to that. Wow. It's a long time ago.
Family members of U.S. service members are concerned about the conditions on board the USS.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now, or very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment gone on too long?
No. Not nearly long enough.
It comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth similarly disputed reports
less than 3
about
great streamer.
There's a real sub. Nate the Younger, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
problems aboard U.S. ships deployed in the war against Iran.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. And so to that crew and to all those crews, we're going to do everything we can for you. And we are so grateful for their dedication of that crew and others. They've held the line for the country, and they've done a fantastic job.
These poor sailors, man, stuck on
To
that
answer
boat.
your question from last stream, I'm not a DSA supporter at all. I think most of the leftist brain-rotted populists are unhinged crypto-racist lunatics outside of maybe Mom Donnie. I think you and everyone on Live and Learn do God's work. Thanks for the unban and have a great stream.
Wow, thank you for that. Appreciate that. And now we dance.
Happy Friday IRI and Lib from Elia. Mark Edward Cade and Trapper Wonderbread Saltine Kelly.
Mark Kelly getting 2,000 points there thanks to Actual Facts. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hell yeah. And XVN re-upping their membership on YouTube. Thank you, guys. Wow. Nice to see you guys, too. Happy Friday indeed.
And yet, here's what one mother whose son is serving on the USS Lincoln told NBC News.
You definitely see a change in his overall mental health.
Yikes.
And where he had been very positive, it started getting very dark. He describes the overall experience as a scene out of the American Horror Story.
What?
Where he feels like everybody is dead, but they don't know it yet. And a lot of concern about when they're going to go home.
What the? I mean, these are like young people, 19, 20 years old. Imagine being away from home that long at that age. You know, you're really dependent on your family and friends and just your way of life, you know? You're not used to being away like that. You're on a freaking ship since December. Can't be good for morale or for people's mental health. I mean, got to get these boys out of there, man. What are we doing?
The Lincoln is now set to be replaced by the USS George Washington in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, the Iran war also continues to drain the military's arsenal. The Washington Post reporting the Pentagon lost 45 Reaper drones, or about a quarter of its fleet, over the course of the war. It adds to the growing list of weapons stockpile concerns facing the Pentagon. And of course, the economic cost of the war is being felt acutely by Americans here at home, as the average cost of gas remains above $4 a gallon and oil prices remain above $80 a barrel. Vice President J.D. Vance now saying ending Iran's nuclear program is no longer the #1 goal of this war. Here's what he said yesterday.
I know that oil is down today, and it's way down from the highs in the early days of the conflict. That's goal #1. Keep oil and gas cheap for Americans all over our country. And then obviously goal #2 is ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
It also
Goal #2. It's moved down to #2 that they never get a nuclear weapon. I mean, how can you go on TV and say that as the vice president? You should, goal #1 should be the biggest part of your message. I mean, how you cannot have a war with all of these problems just to bring down the price of gas. I mean, that's idiotic, right? Like the price of oil would not have been high without the war. Why are we there? We're there, according to this administration, to prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon. Now that's gold number 2. I think they gave up on that a long time ago. First, it was regime change. They abandoned that. Then it was to prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. Then it's to open the Strait of Hormuz like it was before. What a disaster for the Trump administration, man. They don't see a way out. They really don't. That's the thing, is we could start this war, but we have no way to stop it. Like, unless we just want to leave. But even then, the Strait of Hormuz is not guaranteed to be open. It's not going to be returned to how it was before. So it's like we can't leave, and we cannot solve this problem militarily. And the Trump administration is too incompetent to solve it diplomatically. So they're just stuck. They can't do anything. What a mess. What an absolute mess.
Also comes as the political cost of the war for the president and Republicans continues to rise. New polling shows voters in states that will be critical in this year's midterms list inflation and high prices as their most important issue heading into the elections. Joining me now is our team of reporters, NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba, NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons, and NBC News National Security Reporter Gordon Lubold. Monica, I want to start with you. What do you make of the president's reaction to those concerns about morale on the USS Abraham Lincoln? He seemed to dismiss them outright.
The only way out that I can imagine is just to give up, for Trump just to declare victory and leave and deal with the consequences. And Iran will get everything they want. They'll control the Strait of Hormuz. They'll be able to charge money for going through it. They will get all of their funds unfrozen, hundreds of billions of dollars. They will see sanctions removed. They will see the U.S. withdraw our troops from the region. They will keep their nuclear program. Everything, every single thing that they want, they're going to get. That's the only way this ends right now, unless something changes, unless Trump is willing to put troops on the ground. But I don't think he's got the political capital to do that. He doesn't have the money to do that as well. So, bit of a mess we've got here.
Absolutely, Kristen. And I mean, it's hard not to look at those comments through the lens of that mother of a soldier that you just played in the introduction. What family members must feel when they see those comments for themselves, with the president himself trying to say that what they are saying on the record, on camera, multiple families of these sailors aboard the USS Lincoln is, in the president's view, simply either not to be believed or shouldn't be considered. I think they will find that incredibly dismissive. But then it wasn't just that question. In the follow-up by our own colleague, Julie Sirkin, who did a great job pressing the president there about the length of these deployments, the president said that he didn't believe they were long enough, implying that they could continue to be out at sea when we know that they are being sent an additional USS Washington carrier to swap out with them because of how long they have been on that deployment. So I think these comments are certainly going to be met with a lot of criticism from those who find that that is disrespectful potentially to the military and the service members who have been a part of this. But it's also something that the president will likely double down on. When his own aides were asked here about those comments just a short time ago, they said that, of course, the commander-in-chief, the president, respects U.S. service members. But I think those comments were pretty blatant and are certainly going to continue to raise questions about just the conditions of, again, what these service members are saying themselves are experiencing in real time.
Well, it's not just the service members, it's their families back home, right? They're the ones struggling and suffering too. Every day they live in fear they're going to get a phone call that their loved one is gone. And they also have to raise families without them. And it just makes, a community is missing every single one of these people. So very disrespectful and tone deaf for Trump and his administration officials to dismiss the concerns of these sailors and the families of the sailors especially. Now, somebody asked, why can't they just maintain the status quo? Well, a couple of reasons, I think. Number one, the economy is suffering. Yes, oil prices are back down around like $83 a barrel, but they will quickly go back up as time goes on, because what has kept oil down, from what I've read and what I understand, is the stockpiles and China reducing the amount of oil that they are importing due to having 1.5 billion barrels in their stockpiles. But we're seeing the lowest levels, like in our strategic petroleum reserve, since the 80s. So it seems like we're kind of running out of runway with the buffer that has allowed oil prices to stay low. The other thing is, there's those alternative means for getting oil out of the Gulf, though it's not all of it. It's like a fraction of it, but still. And the Houthis and Iran could start attacking those alternative routes like they've begun to do. And that could cause a lot of problems. And then you've got the midterms coming up, where just public pressure on this administration. If the midterms go poorly, it'll be a huge rebuke for this administration and their conduct. And, at some point you gotta give in, man. But also, they're going to run out of money. Like, the military needs more money to do this. That they've come to Congress with their hat in hand recently, asking for a supplemental package to help. And then you're running out of munitions too. You see reports like at the beginning of this segment about 25% of our Reaper drones are out of service. You're hearing about munition stockpiles being depleted, including the much needed interceptors. So everything that's kept the status quo going up to this point seems to be on the verge of running out and changing. But, I mean, they've gone this far, and I could have sworn this would be over months ago because of these same reasons, but here we are.
Remember that one clip of soldiers roasting Kamala for saying there was no soldier in active war zones? I wonder how those guys are doing. A lot, lol.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
As an Army vet, I am furious at this and wish Pete Hegseth would get fired right now and endure the same fate.
He might. I mean, there was that story of Trump yelling at him a couple weekends ago for the munitions, the interceptors running low and not letting him know. I mean, sounds like he's on thin ice. I don't think he's on the verge of being fired, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets fired. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Monica. And Julie did do a great job pressing the president. Look, what is the administration's thinking, Monica, when it comes to the economy and also, of course, the Strait of Hormuz, which are so linked together?
Absolutely.
This declaring this Strait of Hormuz as a territory that's a whole nother level, man. I hope we hear more about that.
Absolutely. And the president just now has been speaking about this at his event in New York. And he made some comments that might also be a little bit eyebrow raising about the Strait of Hormuz and how he believes it could be considered in the future. Let's play that and talk about it on the other side.
Pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States.
Why are these guys cheering? What in the world? Why would you want that? Aren't we supposed to be focusing on America and pulling back from the world stage? You really want to go get involved in that? What's wrong with these guys? They didn't even think for 1 second what that entails. Just like, oh, we're going to declare it ours. Okay, well, guess what? Now we have to defend it if it's ours. And that means you guys are headed over there, man. You really want that? Big cheer for that.
Essentially, that's what we have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to.
Now, the president has said in recent days, Kristen, that he believes that the Strait of Hormuz is fully controlled by the U.S. He did reference that naval blockade that, of course, we should point out means that many resources and assets and additional military service members will have to be involved in perhaps forever, or as long as the U.S. keeps that blockade in place. But really, when the president says that, it's missing the context that the Strait of Hormuz was not operated by the United States, of course, before this conflict began, and there were no issues. It operated without incident as a critical waterway where commercial ships could travel through. And of course, that hasn't been the case since this conflict started. And that has been an economic choke point that this White House is acutely aware of. So it's really missing that overall context. But obviously, the president perhaps joking there, trying to convey that he believes the U.S. has more control than it really does there.
Joking, huh? Just jokes. He didn't seem like he was joking to me. And the crowd loved it too. So he may go with it since he thinks it's so popular.
Yeah, important
What if
context
those
there,
sailors
Monica.
stay there forever?
What if, man? I mean, I've read articles that talk about how we could be in this war all the way through Trump's entire administration. I mean, it's not impossible to think that we'll just keep this status quo. I mean, as somebody mentioned, like maybe we do. I don't know if it goes hot, then cold. Maybe they start talking more and Trump agrees to allow this or that. I mean, I have a feeling we're going to be there for a while.
We're also learning Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent may be hinting at some more sanctions against Iran. What are you hearing about that?
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like we can maintain this. Like this does not seem like it can go on for long. This is not a great situation for anybody.
I mean, this is something that we kind of hear repeatedly. We have obviously seen sanctions imposed on Iran throughout the course of this 6-month war, but it's also something that they sort of pivot back to when they are unsure about how to talk about the timeline and what to expect about what could happen next. The economic pressure, the Operation Economic Fury is sort of a familiar refrain here from the White House and the Treasury Secretary, but so far it doesn't seem that it has had the kind of pressure that they hope it would. Iran has proven to be quite defiantly patient in this case, but this is likely something you will continue to hear from the White House as another tool they say they can continue to use, though, again, to some mixed results. Chris.
Yeah, the problem here is Iran, the leadership doesn't give a shit about their people, right? They mowed down tens of thousands of them in January when they had protests before the war. So they don't care. They don't have elections. They don't have to worry about that. So... And the more pain that the U.S. causes by like hitting power plants and, the kind of bullshit that Trump threatened, the people aren't going to get mad at us. They're not going to get mad at the leadership in Iran. They're going to get mad at the people dropping the bombs and causing the problem, which is America.
I
right?
have no idea what the end of this war would look like. We can't end it unless Iran wants to, and they'll want reparations from us for Trump's actions.
Yeah, they're feeling quite bold. They've got a long list of demands that includes reparations, which is crazy. Iran is nowhere near folding on this. Their demands are just outrageous. But I think Trump will give in to all of them. He'll find a creative way to do it. He'll say, Iran's our friend now. These guys are totally cool. And we're going to be building Pizza Huts there. And we're going to give them money so that they can build and make the place great again. And we love Iran. I mean, this is basically what he's going to do at some point. I got a $10 tip on Venmo. Person said, don't say my name, so I won't. As someone in the service, the worst thing this admin has done to the military is the politicization. The speeches enticing service members to cheer for Biden bashing is an insane breach of our professional oaths. Yeah, it's pretty sad. I mean, what can you do, man? Trump doesn't give a shit about anybody, and he's willing to use everybody. I mean, the military was Trump's saving grace up until this point, right? Like everything else he did failed. Tariffs, deporting people, all the policy, all the people he put in power, all terrible. No idea what they're doing. But the military is a well-oiled machine. It is a incredible organization. And so he was able to use the military to do stuff like the Venezuela raid and the bombing last summer. That went really well. Operation Midnight Hammer. And those were huge successes for Trump. And that seemed to be his strategy moving forward. Well, I can't succeed at anything else, so I'll take this amazing, incredible machine, the military, and I'll do things with them because they can't miss, and it'll make me look good. And unfortunately for him, he picked the wrong mission for the military because, no offense to our military, but there's no military on earth that could achieve our strategic goals in Iran because they're nuts. Their leadership is crazy. That money doesn't talk to them. It doesn't matter. They see it as an existential threat and they don't want to work with Trump. They don't care. And so there's nothing you can do militarily to achieve your goals. Like in Venezuela, those were criminals running the country. So Trump was able to work with Delcy Rodriguez, the VP of Maduro, because she's all about money and staying in power. Can't do that in Iran. He screwed up, man. He had a good thing going.
Yeah, absolutely. Monica Alba starting us off at the White House. Monica, thank you so much for your great reporting. As always, Keir Simmons, let me turn to you. I want to get your reaction to that statement from the president just moments ago that the U.S. could potentially declare the Strait of Hormuz U.S. territory. How do you think that's going to be received in the region?
Well, very well. I think everyone will be stoked, man. The GCC countries will welcome that. They'd love to have America declare the Strait of Hormuz American territory. I mean, I can't imagine anyone would be upset.
Well, it depends which country, but certainly, broadly speaking, the region is very worried. If you are talking about the Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, where I am, because President Trump says that the only ships that get through are the ships that the US wants, but the US and its allies and partners here would like many more vessels to get through, and they're not able to because of Iran. I mean, I think that conversation you were having about Secretary Besson, this has moved from a battle of strength to a battle of wills, to a battle of endurance, a war of endurance. And I think that's what those sanctions are about, really, just baking in, if you like, that I think the Trump administration has shifted to recognize that this is going to take a long time if they're going to get anywhere close to the kinds of demands that Washington has been making. But that's not to say that there aren't huge risks here, simply because it's long and maybe gets a little slower, if you like. For example, where I am, Kristen, I am over on the Jeddah side of Saudi Arabia, where the Red Sea is. And there is now increasing friction with the Houthis in Yemen, who are trying to stop ships from getting through another narrow strait there, the Bab al-Mandeb. And just today there was a report of Houthis firing on ships there inside Yemen. How is Saudi Arabia going to deal with it? Is this going to escalate here? And everyone watching will know that the Houthis are supported by Iran, quite profoundly supported by Iran at this point. I will just say one other thing. I think the Iranians ultimately are preparing for a long fight. They've shifted their leadership. Ashtaba Hamani, the supreme leader, has shifted their leadership last weekend. And I think one of the reasons for that is they simply do not trust the United States and the Trump administration that they're actually going to go through with any deal that's done.
Well, to follow up on that point, Keir, I mean, it has been 60 days since the president and Iran signed that memorandum of understanding. Are you hearing anything about the status of talks? Are they making any progress, Keir? Because there doesn't seem to be an off-ramp or an end in sight anywhere at this point.
Right?
Yeah, look, I mean, they are close, but quite often with negotiations, the last part is the hardest part. And those are those negotiations between Oman and Iran, which is really just about figuring out the logistics of how you might open the straits, never mind the question of actually doing it, which, of course, last weekend, when we just thought things might reach a breakthrough of some nature, the Iranians upped the ante and started making more demands. And I think that's a sign, too, that the Iranians, I mean, Kristen, you watch the US political calendar as closely as anyone. The Iranians are probably second place. They watch American domestic politics like hawks, and they think they know what to do in order to press the right buttons. And so I suspect they're looking at the midterms, they are looking at the Trump administration, and they are saying, we can just keep going, put more and more pressure on President Trump. And frankly, they may well be thinking, and they have signaled this, that they might even need to wait out President Trump. That's the kind of, I guess you could say, determination. One of the points it's important to make, though, Iran has inflation. President Trump is right about this. Inflation of 90%. I mean, the economy is in pieces over there, not far from here, actually. And you never know what implications that kind of joblessness and struggling to find food and all those issues for the Iranian people might have, and how that might shift things inside Iran.
Well, Keir,
yeah, I don't think the government cares much, man. They'll let their people suffer. I love Iran adding demands to the negotiations. Just shows you that they think they're in the driver's seat, and they are. I mean, I think the political pressure point is correct. I mean, Republicans are begging Trump to get us the hell out of there so they can have a chance in the midterms. I mean, if we go into November with this war still going, and imagine where prices will be by November. It's the middle of August right now, and you're seeing oil prices creep up. You don't have that buffer, the reserves anymore, whether it's our strategic petroleum reserves or China or other countries or corporations that had it. I mean, there's a whole web of people that had stockpiled oil, and they burnt through all that. And it's our military running out of money. It's fertilizer prices going up. I mean, every good in that's sold in America is driven around by a truck with diesel. Like 97% of trucks in America use diesel or something like that. And it's been sky high for a long time. So if this goes through November, man, oh my God, just a disaster for Republicans and Trump. This is why every day the midterms look better and better. And I believe most people will come out to vote because of the economy. People are concerned that some of these kooky candidates on the left will scare people into voting against Democrats. I think that'll play a small role compared to the economy. I mean, voting is annoying for most people, and you're only going to do it if you're pissed. And I don't think a couple of people in Congress being socialists is enough to get someone to come out to vote. I think it's more, I'm paying a lot for gas and food, and this war sucks, and I'm pissed, man. This is definitely going to be a referendum on Trump. I mean, look at the Fox News polls that came out this week. They were a disaster for Republicans.
such an important context, and I think the way you set it up, that this is becoming a battle of wills. It's part of why these talks are moving so slowly. Keir Simmons reporting from Saudi Arabia. Thank you so much, Keir. We really appreciate it, as always. Gordon, let me turn to you and that extraordinary reaction that we got from President Trump, his answers to our own Julie Sirkin, pressing him on his response to military families who are expressing concerns about the fatigue, the exhaustion of their loved ones serving on the USS Lincoln. The president.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on the DSA people. The left will come out to oppose the right. But think about how pissed people were before the war started. Remember, the special elections from January of last year through now have gone overwhelmingly in the Democrats' favor. We've been flipping seats we haven't had in 30 years. The Democrats have like seen a huge lurch of the electorate in their favor. In general, the voters have shifted 13 points to the left, and that was before the war. So I'm sorry, but I just don't think the fear-mongering about communism is going to trump that.
Really downplaying it. We know lawmakers on Capitol Hill are calling for oversight. How's the Pentagon responding overall?
So, this has been a White House and a Pentagon that has struggled to acknowledge the impact of this war. Again, it was supposed to be 5 or 6 weeks, and now we're in the 6th month, actually in the 7th month. And so, when it comes to munitions, when it comes to the use of munitions.
Anyone know if we're getting any valid CPI data? I'm doubting the BLS, but would like to see some month-to-month data.
I trust the BLS data. It's decentralized. I mean, I looked into this when Trump fired the woman last year, August. It was like a year ago. He fired the head of the BLS because of a huge revision, which is totally normal. So I would trust that data. I haven't seen any economists out there saying it's BS. but also there's other organizations that give reports on inflation and jobs, and they seem to match where the BLS is at. So see, I think it's 3.4% right now is where it's at, but that's because oil went back down again, and that's still not good. Like, even that report showed that wages are below inflation, which is exactly what got Biden in trouble. There was a 2-year period where inflation was higher than wage growth, and that's when people get smacked. And we're in that right now. So not good for Trump.
The destruction of bases in the region of U.S. bases and other factors that don't acknowledging that as a sign of weakness in their mind. And so
the revision was normal, not the firing. What's up, Tom? Yeah, if I wasn't clear about that, firing the head of BLS is ridiculous. But major revisions to previous months by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for inflation and jobs, well, not for inflation, but for jobs reports, is totally normal. The way it works is they have an establishment survey where they poll like 120,000 businesses. It covers like 600,000 workplaces in America. And they just ask them, what are you doing? Are you hiring? You firing? What's going on? Are you expanding? And the big businesses are able to respond quickly. So they get like 60% response rate in the first month. And then over the next 2 months, they continue to get results from smaller businesses who are impacted more harshly by economic conditions. And that tends to lead to downward revisions. Like this last report had negative 100,000 jobs for May and June because of that. So totally normal, but Trump tried to pretend like it wasn't and punished the BLS by firing the head of it. And they still don't have a confirmed leader for BLS right now, which has happened over on Kick. Oh, we got 5 gifted subs from Lockies. Thank you, Lockies. I appreciate that. Hooking up some Kick chatters.
This is why you're seeing Secretary Hegseth say what he's saying. The stunning kind of comments from the president today to Julie was surprising, because that doesn't have a good look, right, over time. One of the problems here with this Navy issue in particular is it's not just the fresh fruit and vegetables they can't get on the ship and the morale issues. And not to downplay those, but it's the cumulative effect. And, recruiting and retention is like a key thing that the Navy is looking at. So when you see the commander-in-chief saying, a Navy mother's comments and several parents, remarks about this, it's not a good look, and it's not going to help them in the long term.
Well, the mother's comment.
Just imagine what the right-wing media ecosystem would be saying right now if this was Biden. It'd be the front cover of the New York Post talking about the toilets overflowing and people throwing themselves overboard. I mean, they would be going ballistic. And of course, it's radio silence over there.
Are so powerful. There's no doubt about that, and speak to and flesh out the reporting that you've been all over all week. And you have some more reporting about Iran potentially changing its strategic priorities. What are you learning there, Gordon?
Yeah, look, my colleagues Courtney and Moshe reported earlier that there was a U.S. assessment on Iran's view of this thing, and they have certainly shifted to the straight. Don't forget that all these years that Iran has been fighting.
Chance Trump does what he did with Afghan pullout with this war?
Yep.
Kinda concerned Dems clean up. Reps portray it as funding Iranian nukes, and it works.
Yep.
Longest stretch for me is 84 days. 260 days at sea is a complete failure of fleet readiness. People don't get the op-tempo leading up to deployment too.
What is op-tempo? I don't know that one. Damn. I mean, again, like I said, these are young people, man. Think about when you guys were 18 through 20 and away from home, you get homesick so quick. I mean, you haven't developed like your own life, but it's always hard to be away from family and your pets and your normal life, man. So these young people must be miserable on the ship. They got nothing to do. They're in the middle of nowhere. It's not fun. It's probably cramped, and the conditions are getting worse and worse. And their families are struggling too. Imagine how many young families are Like, how many young mothers and fathers are raising kids on their own right now as their partner is on a ship in the Middle East with no end in sight? I mean, it's no way to treat people. And yeah, bad company. I agree. Of course, the Democrats are going to have to clean this up when they get back in office, and then Republicans will blame them for it somehow. It always works like that. Republicans break it, Democrats fix it and get no credit for it either.
Fighting the U.S. kind of in a Cold War with in Iraq in particular and in the region. It's their unconventional capabilities that have always been the issue. So the president and Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth like to focus on the conventional capabilities they've wiped out over the last 6 months, but it's these unconventional ones, particularly as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz and the ability to create a perception that it's no longer safe. This is the thing that they have trouble countering. And, I think the president was also briefed on what it would take to kind of take the strait by force. And that's not a great proposition. We hear about the president says, or people say that there are few options for the president. This is one of the reasons why, because that would mean enormous number of troops and enormous number of peril for those troops if he were to do that.
Yeah, and you think about how that might backfire on the administration, on the president, how unpopular that would be to send in troops. Gordon, thank you so very much. Really appreciate your being here.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Brilliant, Trump. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Let's check in with PBS NewsHour and see their angle on this, because this does seem like could be a pretty big story.
Was saying that era is over, as Kim.
Let's see. It's always interesting to see the two different perspectives. Guilty plea. Luigi giving up.
USS Abraham Lincoln, which is operating in the Middle East. The aircraft carrier has been at sea since last November, which is beyond the normal 6-month deployment. Reports from sailors and their families describe appalling conditions, a lack of food and hygiene products, and declining mental health. White House correspondent Liz Landers joins me now to break this down. So Liz, President Trump was asked about this, and he spoke about this today and seemed almost dismissive of any of the concerns raised by family members about what's going on that ship. What happened?
William, he was asked about this while he was on his way to New York earlier this afternoon for a law enforcement event, and a reporter asked about the conditions on the ship there, and this was his response on the tarmac here in Washington.
Members of U.S. service members are concerned about the positions on board the USS Lincoln.
Well, no, that ship is moving. No, they're not. That ship is moving right now.
No, they're not.
Very shortly, and it's being replaced with another very similar ship.
Has the deployment's gone off too long?
No. Not nearly long enough. Thank you, everybody.
This was the first time we've heard President Trump react to these stories, which have really popped up and dominated the headlines in the last few days, William. The Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was also asked about this and was also rather dismissive of these claims when he was on an official trip yesterday in Panama.
Completely misrepresented. Listen, we make sure at every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment. Some deployments are longer than others, and I have more respect and gratitude for those sailors than anybody.
I will add that Secretary Hegseth posted a few hours ago on social media praising the American troops, including those on the USS Abraham Lincoln. But as you can imagine, William, there has been swift backlash to this, especially from lawmakers here in Washington reacting to the news. Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut wrote to Hegseth and the acting Navy Secretary, laying out some of his concerns, writing in part, quote, "There have been widespread reports of shortages of basic supplies, water contamination, plumbing issues, deteriorating mental health, deck safety concerns, and disruptions in the mail system, which have caused many care packages en route to the ship to be lost in transit for months." Blumenthal asked the military leadership in particular to explain what rotations were anticipated for this carrier strike group and other questions about how the military is assessing the mental health and readiness of the crew.
So,
damn, don't mess with the care packages, man. That is devastating.
I mean, given all of these complaints that have surfaced, seemed a fairly extraordinary response from the president. I mean, do we have a sense as to what elicited that?
Well, we've seen several news outlets, in particular military-focused news outlets, report on this in the last few days. Military Times spoke with the wife of a Navy shipment on the USS Lincoln who tried to go overboard recently. And this woman also described a separate incident of other shipmen attempting to jump overboard but were stopped by other sailors. Additionally, Stars and Stripes, another military publication, reported that family members of the sailors of the USS Lincoln pressed military leadership about the mental health concerns that they were hearing from their family members in a town hall recently in San Diego. The publication says that one spouse told military leadership in this town hall that her husband didn't want to wake up anymore, and said that the military officials did not directly address those concerns, but said that there was mental health support and doctors on board those ships. Now, the acting secretary of the Navy, Hung Hao, wrote in a statement this afternoon. And
Hung Hao, this guy ran a failed Senate campaign, no shot. I think he ran against Tim Kaine in Virginia, and now he's in charge of the Navy. Best name ever, Hung Hao. I have no confidence in this guy running the Navy at all. Useless guy, total Trump stooge. I'm sure people try to kill themselves and do so on all deployments, but this sounds like next level, you know? These people sound miserable.
Part, quote, sailors and Marines are expected to dig deep, and they always do. A leader's responsibility is to take care of their people the best they can while balancing mission requirements. During this deployment, we have seen both. The job is getting done, and our leaders are taking care of their people. I will also say, William, that Cow did acknowledge in that statement that there have been several mental health cases that were treated with no loss of life, and he also did acknowledge that there have been shortages of fresh food on that boat.
I mean, on that last point, though, this is a modern American military, extremely well-funded.
How do we have a shortage of fresh food on the boat? Like, these guys should be living in the lap of luxury. It pisses me off to no end to think that these soldiers aren't getting the best. There should be like a Whole Foods that's free on that ship that you can go in there and get whatever you want. I want these guys to have access to anything. I don't care how much it costs. It is outrageous to think that they're treated like this, that they don't have fresh food. What a joke, man. What are we paying for?
How is it that they are having trouble getting supplies to an aircraft carrier?
Well, one of our colleagues spoke earlier today with the former chief of naval operations, Admiral Gary Ruffhead, who said that the logistics involved in resupplying the ships in the Middle East right now is extremely challenging because the ports that the U.S. typically would rely on for restocking and just going back on land for a period of time are not available because of the Iranian stranglehold in that area. Listen to what he said.
Oh, I thought we controlled the seas. So Iran is responsible for us not able to get supplies to these guys. I mean, talk about negative recruitment here. This is going to have impact beyond this war if it ever ends. Who the hell is going to want to sign up for the military after hearing these horror stories? That's why if it was me, I'd be running on hooking these guys up, man. Steak, lobster. I'd have them just eaten very well so that they send pictures and stories back and that spreads so more people want to sign up. But this is a disaster beyond the war. Again, just the hit to recruitment in the future will probably be substantial. Who wants to sign up for this shit?
For decades, we've had a logistics model in the Middle East that allowed our ships to be supplied and replenished and indeed even repaired in the ports in the Gulf, whether it was Jebel Ali for the larger ships or Bahrain, and that has gone away. I think it was assumed that we would be able to control the Gulf and the areas around it and the ports, and that has proven not to be the case.
Refed also explained that the Navy tries to limit these deployments on these carriers to 6 months. And this is something that they have found over the years, that anything longer weighs on the attitudes of the service members and also their families, understandably. He said that there have been many times in the past where tours were extended past 6 months, like during the Iraq War. But he said that what makes the situation with the Abraham Lincoln different is that in the past cases, the Navy has had the logistical infrastructure to be able to support them over time there, which is something they're obviously lacking right now, William.
Ms. Lander.
This is all Biden's fault, man. Trump has desperately been trying to rebuild the military from scratch. I mean, he had to do it his first term. And I mean, there was nothing. The cupboards were bare. The military was in shambles. And Trump did his best to fix it. And this is still, he's working with what he's got. And it's all Biden and the Democrats' fault, man. He can't perform a miracle. What do you guys want from Trump, man?
Thank you so much.
Of course.
My God, what a mess. What else they got here? Ebola outbreak. Nice. Awesome. All right. Okay, we got that. Let's see this. We haven't heard from Governor Beshear in a minute, but on paper, Andy Beshear should be one of the front runners for 2028. Here you got a guy who is a governor in a red state, Democrat in charge of a red state. He's pretty solid, but he's drama-free, man. He's like me, refusing to engage in the drama, and I think it hurts him. And he's not really a guy to throw punches, but let's see what he said. Maybe he talked some shit in this interview. It says Governor Beshear's bold prediction: Dems to win midterm races in unexpected places across the country.
Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear is joining us now. Mr. Governor, I appreciate your making time to talk to us.
Look at that suit, man. That tie is terrible with that suit, but I like the direction we're going here.
Heard the Vice President, J.D. Vance, say that keeping gas prices down, that's the #1 goal in the Iran war. He says the #2 goal is ensuring Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Governor Beshear, are you clear on what the administration's objective is here?
No, and neither is the administration. If the goal is cheap gas, they caused the price of gasoline. They started this war with Iran. Before Trump and Vance's decision, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Iran didn't think that it could control it in the way that it currently is. All they've done is created a stronger Iran, skyrocketed the price not just of gasoline, but of diesel. So every farmer in America is also feeling it. The American people, just with the cost of everything being so high, need to know the price of gas you see every day is 100% the president's fault.
And so, boom. Yeah, gas really impacts people hard because there's these giant prices on major corners that everybody drives by, and it really irks people to pay more for the same thing, and you get nothing else. So you cannot mess with the gas prices, man. People will punish you for that. So he's smart to just plaster that.
Among those who should be pushing for answers on Iran, of course, your senior senator, Kentucky's senior senator, Mitch McConnell. It was last Thursday, now 8 days ago, that he was released from rehab. Have you received any new information on his condition or how soon he will be back to work on behalf of the people of Kentucky?
Look at these fake images, man. Bullshit. It's weekend at McConnell's. I don't mind this at all. I was actually kind of pissed at Andy Beshear because he was demanding proof of life from Mitch McConnell. And I know he was doing it just to cause problems, but at the same time, it might have forced Mitch McConnell to, for his people to admit he was dead. And until like a week ago, if there was an opening and Andy Beshear forced them to admit it, then they would be able to have a special election in November to replace him. And I want to see this seat either empty or Mitch McConnell recovering at home and not voting. That's best case scenarios. Mitch McConnell just stays home all the way through the end of December. But Andy Beshear was trying to rock the boat, and he was demanding proof of life. Now it's too late. The deadline is passed. They can't have a special election. The Republican-controlled legislature in Kentucky in 2024 took away Andy Beshear as the governor's right to appoint a replacement if there is an opening. They thought, I guess, that he would like put somebody shitty in there, like I don't know, some sort of Trump-hating Republican or something, because I don't think he could put a Democrat in that position. I'm sure there's a law that you have to put somebody from the same party, but they took that away from him. And so if there's an opening, now it has to have a special election, but the deadline is passed. And now, as long as Mitch McConnell stays home and is recovering, which he's doing right now, that's -1 vote in the Senate for Trump, which is painful.
I've received absolutely nothing, and that's the same that the people of Kentucky have received. This is why the Senate feels broken. These guys don't think that they have a boss when the people of Kentucky are their boss. They don't feel like they're accountable whatsoever. It's Mitch McConnell not showing up for work for 2 months and refusing to call into one news show or create one video for the constituents that he's supposed to serve. But then it's also the Republican leadership. John Thune saying it's not his job to determine if Mitch McConnell even has the capacity to continue, that's somehow just between the people of Kentucky and him. And while Mitch McConnell won't show up for his job, Congress won't do their job. They won't stop the president from unlawful tariffs that are raising the price of groceries. They won't push back on this war of choice in Iran, which has skyrocketed the price of gasoline. They won't stop these terrible cuts to food assistance and have actually supported the president in the big, ugly bill that's shuttering rural hospitals. Mitch McConnell won't show up for his job, but I really wish Congress would do theirs.
You said there's only so much that you can do here, but have you done everything in your power to sort of move the ball forward on this to try to force this situation?
I have. And let me first make sure I say, I hope Mitch McConnell is okay. I've known him most of my entire life. I want him to get better, but I just believe he has a responsibility to talk to the people of Kentucky. And I don't think that's asking a lot. He could call into your show for a couple minutes. He could call into Fox News. I don't really care where he does, but just give the people some reassurance and shut down any and all of these conspiracies. But what we've learned is for a vacancy to occur in the Senate itself has to declare that vacancy. If a governor could just claim someone doesn't have capacity and call an election, imagine how many times in the past that would have happened. So a state officer can't just unilaterally do that to a federal officer. But I just think that it's bigger than just Mitch McConnell, though I think he's ruining his legacy by this. It's about a Congress and Republican leadership that think that they don't answer to the people of their states and certainly aren't doing their constitutional duty to be a separate, independent branch of government and a check on this out-of-control president.
I mean, I give Andy Beshear credit for playing this as well as he can. I mean, he doesn't have much else to work with, you know. Kentucky, not the most exciting place, and he's not exactly involved in any drama. The Trump administration isn't going after him in any way, like someone such as Mark Kelly or California with Gavin Newsom or whatever. So good for him making the most of this.
Should there be new legislation on congressional term limits?
Yes, we need more than that. We need to fix the darn government constitutional amendment because way too much is broken. The first part should be to outlaw this partisan gerrymandering we are seeing all over the country and enshrine part of the Voting Rights Act right there in the Constitution so no rogue Supreme Court can ever do what this one has done.
Do you support, sir, what Democrats in states like California have done in response?
Oh, I do, because they didn't have a choice. You know, you can't unilaterally disarm, but let's have a constitutional amendment where it never happens again, where neither party can do it. Let's set those term limits, and not just term limits for Congress. Let's set them for the Supreme Court, too, so you can't game when somebody steps out and trying to put someone in that'll serve for a period of time. Let's overturn Citizens United. Let's actually fix the problems with government.
Okay, that's a smart angle. I would use the Mitch McConnell situation to just harp on term limits because that is very popular with the American people. I think it's useless. I really don't think having term limits for senators or members of the House would change anything. I think they would just groom the next person to take over their criminal enterprise or whatever the hell's going on. However, most Americans seem to think that term limits would help. So just like the anti-data center sentiment, might as well ride the wave. And here he's got a perfect example of why term limits would help, because we've got Mitch McConnell, who's stared into the void a couple of times and died live on TV, still in his seat and unable to fully serve his constituents. So he's got a great argument there for term limits, that's for sure. As far as gerrymandering goes, I think the only way we get that constitutional amendment, which I think we could, is to piss off more people. That's why I love the Democrats going ham with term limits or with gerrymandering in response to the Republicans. There's enough Democrats that hate gerrymandering. We need to get way more Republicans mad at gerrymandering in order to get some movement on getting rid of it. So I'm all for drawing even crazier districts that look like spiral galaxies and removing every single Republican from Democrat-controlled states, man. Let's really show them how it's done. You seem against term limits. I don't think they'll solve any problems for members of Congress. Term limits for Supreme Court justices is mandatory. Absolutely. 18 years is probably best. But term limits for members of Congress, I don't think it solves the problem. We have way bigger problems like gerrymandering, disproportionate representation in the Senate, the filibuster, the Electoral College. Term limits is not going to fix anything. Just because you get younger scumbags in there isn't going to change anything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's because a bunch of old people are in Congress that we're failing to do things. I think it's because of gerrymandering that sends crazies to Congress who have no interest in working with anybody, and their only goal is to win a primary, and they just appeal further and further to the left or the right. Now, we've got our crazies, but on the right, they're chock full of crazies. We got a couple on the left, but we're mostly still happy to work with people and get shit done. Not on the right, though.
Governor, let me ask you, you're chair of the Democratic Governors Association right now. We're 3 months to the midterms, even less than that, as you know well. Obviously, there is broad disapproval of the way Donald Trump has handled his time in office this second term. But Democrats, according to recent polling, the number has their approval as a party at roughly 41% right now. What do you believe is the cause of that?
I don't pay attention to these polls about approval for the party because both parties have shitty approval ratings. Every time I hear the Democrats only have a 17% approval rating or something, I just roll my eyes because it's like, yeah, and so do the Republicans, and so does Congress, and so does all elected officials. People are pissed, rightfully so, at their government and elected officials for failing to address their problems. So this means nothing to me.
Well, the overall Democratic brand polls poorly, but our individual candidates, especially for governor, poll really well. And that's because they are folks that get things done. They work to lower prices. They work to expand health care. They work to have safe roads and bridges. They work every day to provide better public safety for their people. We try to bring new jobs to our states with better wages. Democratic governors get things done, and we are going to win races in places that people aren't expecting.
Oh, here we go. People like their own politicians and always think favorably of them. Sure. Yeah, I agree.
We're going to win in Iowa and turn it blue. Amy Acton in Ohio is running a great race. Jocelyn Benson is going to make sure Gretchen Whitmer has a Democratic successor. Just great candidates all over the country that are running really good races and are going to win.
The only problem right now is El Sayed. Honestly, like he really needs to do something, man. He got less than 50% of the vote. More people voted for someone else in Michigan's Democratic primary. There was a very good Fox News poll that came out this week that showed Jon Ossoff up 13, which is insane. That was supposed to be our toughest re-election. And Ossoff is just cruising, no problem. It showed Sherrod Brown winning in Ohio. That's a flip. It showed Troy Jackson winning in Maine. That's a flip. It showed Josh Turek winning in Iowa. That's a flip. I mean, wow. It showed Tallarico winning in Texas. And then it showed Abdul losing by 4 points. So something's got to change, man. He's got to make some moves. I'm not saying he's got to become David Crowley and or Hakeem Jeffries, but he's going to have to do something. And I think my personal choice would be to drop that dud Hassan Piker. He's featured in every ad with him saying America deserved 9/11. And here he is trying to become the first Muslim U.S. senator hanging around with this ghoul. Drop that piece of shit, Run the bus over him. If Hassan was smart, he would offer himself as tribute. And every time I say this, I get comments in my YouTube, on my YouTube channel saying, Hassan did say that the campaign dropped him and that he's not working with them. That doesn't mean anything. Abdul has to come out and say, fuck Hassan Piker. That guy sucks. I love America. He's got to come out. I mean, obviously he's never going to do that, but he's got to come out and say he's wrong and I will not associate with him until he says I love America. I mean, he's going to have to go overboard to really convince people. It's so funny, though, to see Hassan's defenders try to scramble and be like, Hassan said he's no longer part of the campaign. Why do you keep saying that? Because it doesn't matter what Hassan says. Who cares? It matters what Abdul El Sayed says. And he has yet to throw that clown into the volcano as tribute. Get it over with. Rip the Band-Aid off. Back the bus over him, Abdul. You know you got to do it. I mean, it'll bring me great joy because I don't like Hassan. But even if I wasn't a live streamer and I had nothing to do with this space and I never had any interaction or personal thoughts about Hassan in any way, I would still have the same message and same advice because this is it. People are concerned about him. And it's because of people like Hassan. There's other things that people are weary of, but I think that has a lot to do with it. So whenever he's ready, we're starting to run out of time here. You know what I mean? Like 82 days or whatever, man. Whenever, time's ticking, bro.
You were talking about some governors' races and the impact of Democratic governors or potential Democratic governors in some of those states. I want to ask you about some of the other places, including the Senate races. Michigan, Abdul El Sayed, obviously a much more progressive candidate than Haley Stevens, who he beat for the Senate nomination there right now. There are concerns within the party about this division between the progressive and more moderate wings. Do you worry that some of those more progressive, those farther left candidates right now will alienate independents in states, including yours?
Well, everybody out there has to get out and earn it. You have to win an election. You don't just get it because of the party that you're a part of. And the Democratic Party needs to be a big tent party where people can have disagreements on how to reach a solution. But let me tell you, differences within the Democratic Party are a lot smaller than the differences between the Democratic Party and this current Trump-run Republican Party. Whether you're a progressive or a moderate, and I really hate those labels, you believe that every child should have enough to eat. You believe that every child should get a good education. You want people to be able to see a doctor when they're sick. Compare that to the Republicans, whose big, ugly bill has torn food assistance away from 11,000 Kentucky kids. 11,000 kids in my state are going hungry that weren't before this Republican Party. You see rural hospitals shuttering all over the United States because of what they've done. I don't agree with some of the policy proposals of some candidates that are running, but at least they want to fix the problems that are out there while Republicans are only making them worse.
Yeah, but the problem is these policies and like the Hassan Piker distraction is changing the conversation from a referendum on Trump, which is winning for us, to socialism, communism, America bad, whatever. I don't think it's going to be enough to sink Abdul el-Sayed. I think he can win even with holding on to Hassan, but it just makes it so much harder, man. Like, it's an unnecessary handicap. It's really not that difficult for him to shift a little bit and win this race easily. I think he could be a great senator too, el-Sayed. I support Medicare for all. I like that he's focused on healing the community, and I have no problem with a lot of things that he says. But you got to win, man. I think there's still a path to taking the Senate even without Michigan, though, especially after that Fox News poll. I mean, that Fox News poll that came out showed 5 flips. We could do that. That means we get the Senate even without Michigan.
Voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I woke up this morning and my fence still wasn't mended. What's taking so long? Pete_imreally winning.
K-Dog with the $10 super chat. Thank you, bro. Yeah, man. Abdul el-Sayed said on the night of his win that it's time to go out. It's time we mend fences. And I don't think he was talking to the Haley Stevens supporters. I think he was talking to his own supporters that it's time to make things right and win over some of the skeptics. But haven't seen any action. I've just seen a bunch of sore winners come by here talking shit and crying. You know, get to fixing fences, boys. We got a lot of broken fences out there that need fixing. Joe Bees, thank you for resubscribing on Kick as well. Appreciate that, man.
Bashir, Governor,
what they did, but now they're changing. I've been talking about this. I'm reading a bunch of articles lately that the AI companies realize that they're starting to get held up with construction of the data centers because they're not working with the locals. I mean, like he said, permits can be withheld, projects can be slowed, and you got to appease the locals now, or you're going to be behind others. And this is a race to, who can get the most resources as quickly as possible. So I think you're going to see big changes here. But just like David Crowley is being attacked for being a little pro data center, but he's got the same attitude as Bashir
voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
This guy for the president poll.
Jason, he's on there. Andy Bashir is he's not in the top 10. There's 13 people on this list here. If you do ! 2028 in the Twitch chat, I don't know if it works in the YouTube chat. It did for a minute. But you can see the full list. But if you include Andy or Bashir in your message, it will add points to them. Just FYI. There it is. I guess it's not working in the YouTube, but it did work in the Twitch chat. Andy's got 0 points right now. Poor guy.
But if I can, one final question before I let you go here. I know I don't expect you, as it relates to 2028, to make a formal announcement here about whether you do plan to run or not. But is it fair to those who are keeping a close eye on the Kentucky Democratic Governor, Andy Bashir, that we will know by the start of 2027 whether you are in or out?
I don't have any timeline, but I'll say this. I will not leave a broken country to my kids or anyone else's. I don't know.
Oh, he's running. Hell yeah. We got a deep bench, man. Just wait. Wait till after the midterms and these people start declaring and the rock stars that come forward. I mean, it's just one heavy hitter after another. I cannot wait to get through the primary because people will shake off that Biden, Kamala stink and just be so excited about the Democratic Party because of guys like this and all the other amazing leaders like Pete Buttigieg and AOC and Gavin. I mean, you name it. They're all heavy hitters.
Exactly what that looks like. But I will tell you, I thought after my 2023 reelection, I was done. But I cannot leave a country so divided. I cannot leave a country where the president is attacking public education. I can't leave a country where a president has unlawful tariffs that are attacks on the American people. And I worry that our kids are starting to think that this president's actions are normal. So I'm going to be in this fight one way or another, making sure that we can provide the same type of stable United States of America that is the leader of the free world and not the bully on the playground to our kids and grandkids.
Governor Andy Beshear, the Democratic governor of the great state of Kentucky. Governor, I started my career in Lexington, Kentucky. There, 27 News First. I got plenty of old friends still in your community, so please say hi to everybody there. I hope next time we can have this conversation in person. I appreciate your time.
Andy Beshear is a huge success story. He barely won his race. Again, this is a red state, Democrat winning in a red state. And everybody was like, oh, that was a fluke. You know, the Republicans were weak or whatever. And then he had his reelection and he won by like 5. And I think it was in 2024 as well, like in a tough year for Democrats. So he's got something and he's just got to find a way to share it with the American people. He doesn't have any social media game, though he does talk some shit on there once in a while. But he is like everything you could want in an executive. Like everybody would love to have him as a president. If they knew anything about him, he'd be perfect. So it's up to him to get his name out there and figure it out. And I see some of you guys getting pushing back on my saying Kamala stink. I'm talking about the loss of the presidential race. I'm not saying Kamala was bad. Poor Kamala had 100 days to figure it out. She had no chance. I'm talking about the stinging, the defeat, right? The sting of the defeat, the stench of a loss. Like nobody likes losing, and people were kind of mad at her and Biden as a team for, you know, Biden falling down and screwing up the debate. And I don't think she was she wasn't associated with everything that went down with Biden. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about like that era, that time. So we got to shake that off. And when these new leaders come out and the primaries really start, I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised. Because right now, everybody, they see the Democratic Party as Biden's party or, you know, Kamala's failed presidential run party. They haven't been paying attention. I don't blame them. When I was a normie, I didn't pay attention to politics before outside of presidential elections, let alone midterms. So I have a feeling most people out there still associate the Democrats with Biden and Kamala and don't even know what's about to hit them when Democrats win the midterms and start running investigations and doing great in the House, possibly even the Senate. And then when that parade of 2028 candidates start declaring and running and getting on TV, that's going to be very eye-opening for a lot of people. I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. Okay, I wanted to see a little bit of this. I don't know how much I'll watch, but Khanna, also considering a 2028 run, was on NPR. So let's see what happened here.
I tell people all the time, I'm 49 years old. I'm about to turn 50. I'm the nice guy. I just want a new social contract. Have you met these folks in their 30s? They want pitchforks and torches. They want your scalp.
Should Democrats nominate a more progressive candidate in 2028 than they have in the past?
Yes. I'm tired of the platitudes. Affordability, renew the American dream, have a good job. Like, you know, branding is not an agenda. And if you don't have enemies, people who dislike you, you probably aren't saying anything substantive.
Many Democrats are considering a run for president in 2028, and one of them is Khanna, California congressman, best known for his efforts to disclose the Epstein files, for his progressive economics, and for representing Silicon Valley, the richest part of the U.S. economy. We sat down here at NPR at a moment when Khanna's Democratic Party is trying to decide what it stands for.
Boom.
Khanna, welcome to NPR.
Thank you for having me.
I want to begin with the kind of question I might normally have asked at the end. It's about your ambitions. What are you thinking about when you think about 2028?
Well, you know, they said Lincoln had an engine of ambition that knew no rest. So I don't apologize for ambition. The question is it ambition for a public purpose? And for me, the two central questions in our country are the economy. Right now, it's working for my district, $20 trillion, 1/3 of the nation's wealth in my district, but it's not working for the people I grew up with in places like Bucks County, Pennsylvania, especially Lower Bucks, where the steel factory shut down. And do I have a economic roadmap and economic vision that can deliver prosperity, not just for the billionaires, but for every American.
Okay, do you?
I'm going around the country, and we were just in Pennsylvania, 5 days in Pennsylvania, Erie County, Washington County, Philadelphia, and testing out some of the ideas.
Just to note, you were born there and also presidential swing state. So you're thinking seriously about this.
Yes, I'm thinking seriously about it. I was born in Philadelphia, and I grew up in Bucks County, which is a swing county. But beyond Bucks, it was in counties where there was deindustrialization. And I saw it in my hometown. Fearless Works shut down. Steel shut down. My father was an engineer. He would go to Bristol. And of course, more of the state was impacted. And the problem is we didn't do anything. We urged these folks to go to financial centers, get technology jobs. Johnstown still hollowed out. Farrell hollowed out. I believe we need a next New Deal for America, an industrial investment bank, 1,000 trade schools, tech centers, care economy, child care, elder care. China has $1.5 trillion of an investment bank that they're investing on industries and sector after sector. You know how much we put in an industrial bank? We don't have one. I mean, so we have never had a strategy for economic development in this country since FDR's New Deal.
The Biden administration had what was called an industrial policy. It sounds like you would have that, or maybe even more so.
I would have that. I think they took some good steps towards that, but there are broader things I would do. First, they didn't target deindustrialized communities. It was a broad-based tax credits and the CHIPS Act, which I helped write. But I would actually target places like Warren, Ohio, Johnstown, Downriver, Michigan.
You're naming places where there were steel mills,
plants. Auto.
Well, I mean, my question would be, if you helped write it, if you helped write the bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, why didn't you insist on investing in those places at that time?
Plants that went away. Second, I would ask them what they want. I mean, did we?
Maybe he did.
Ever ask them what they want? I mean, wrote the CHIPS Act. You can't put a semiconductor plant in Johnstown. You know what they want? They want a modern steel plant, and because I was just there, and they want a tech center for young people to get technology jobs. So let's listen to them and ask them what they want. Third, we need to involve the private sector as well. FDR, before he did the New Deal, actually mobilized a lot of the business leaders to be investing in communities. Bill Knudsen, the CEO of General Motors, led the industrialization of America. So I would get faith leaders, business leaders, community leaders saying, this is our mission, economic patriotism. How are we going to invest in these communities?
Economic patriotism, that's what he's been calling it for a while now. Trying to take the success of Silicon Valley that he represents, where trillions of dollars of GDP are, bring it to the rest of the country.
Democrats nominate a more progressive candidate in 2028 than they have in the past.
Yes. But what does that mean? It means we need America's next New Deal. I believe we need a economic realignment in this country. What does that look like specifically? Tax billionaire wealth. You could raise $4 trillion if you taxed the billionaires. You know, say we have 900 billionaires in this country, and they're worth 22% of the economy, GDP. 900 people. We're not talking about the 1%. We're not talking about the 0.1%. We're not talking about the 0.01%. We're talking about the 0.001%. 19 billionaires, I know many of them, they're in my district, are worth 12% of the GDP. That is 3 times the wealth concentration of the Gilded Age. We're in a second Gilded Age. We can tax them. We tax them, we raise $4 trillion over 10 years. Let me tell you what that would get us. It would get us free childcare. It would get us free public college and free trade schools. It would get us a sizable industrial investment bank that can start a manufacturing renaissance in this country. It would get us 1,000 new trade schools. It would be able to extend Medicare to 50. It's $180 billion a year to be able to extend Medicare to 50. I'm for Medicare for all, free universal health care, but you could at least start just by this tax on the billionaires. And we should end these foreign wars.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Fun fact, Roe's brother was one of the lead Bridgegate prosecutors. His father was the dam chair for the Northampton Dams in Bucks County until recently. Impressive family.
Bridgegate, you talking about Chris Christie in New Jersey? Thank you for the $10, Daz Vildanya. I appreciate him laying out what taxing billionaires would do, right? I've been harping on this for a while. Bernie Sanders goes out there and says, the 1%, got to tax them. The billionaires suck. It's like, okay, why not tell people what that money can buy and how much it would be? So when he says we can lower the age of Medicare to 50 if we tax these people, that's how you sell something, man. So I appreciate that he's at least laying out what we could get for taking these steps. I've yet to see a progressive really say it, except we can have this, or why can't America have that? It's like, no, let's sell it to people, man. When you go to a car lot, when you go to a car dealership, they don't just tell you how much the car is. They tell you how it's going to change your life, you know? They start asking you, what do you do for a living, you know? I went to a car lot a couple months ago. I was looking at buying a new car, a used car, and they, you know, I had done a ton of research and I knew the spiel. I knew everything they were going to ask me, and I didn't, you know, I played along. But for one of the first questions, what do you do for a living? You know, why do they need to know that? What the fuck does that have to do with me buying a used car? What do you care? But that's the sales pitch. Like, hey man, this is how it will change your life, and this, I think you would really like this car. So same thing with all these proposals by the Democrats, especially the progressives. You got to sell it to people, man. Here's how this will change your life. Do you enjoy paying a mortgage payment for childcare? Well, we don't have to do that. If we were to tax these guys and we could easily do it this amount, then we could have affordable, cheap childcare for everybody.
$200 billion that we are putting in a foreign war, an increased Pentagon budget, could get health care for everyone over 50.
Don't you think billionaires would be able to evade any tax you pass the way that they avoid many taxes now? They have the money. It's mobile. They can move around the world.
Here's the reason. First of all, they'd have to renounce American citizenship. That's like giving up Roman citizenship. If they're dumb enough to do that, they deserve their fate.
Yeah, I don't see people leaving the U.S. I'm concerned about individual states passing these wealth taxes because people can move to a different state. But if we were to have a national wealth tax, and I know the argument against it, I'm not saying it's the best idea, but I think something's got to give, man. When you've got so few people avoiding paying into the system, and you have such a small tax base because the resources for the people actually paying income tax is shrinking, something's got to give, right? And I understand that it's not liquid or whatever, but we'll figure it out. Unrealized capital gains tax or whatever. Biden had an idea for every dollar over 100 million, you pay a 25% tax or something. I don't know. But anyways, something's got to happen, man. Something's got to give here. On that note, I think we need to change relationship with taxes. Unrealized capital gains tax viable?
The people leaving are the rich who will be rich somewhere else, or people who are with someone who could be deported.
Yeah.
The first is a lot bigger.
Yeah, I just don't see people leaving America. Like, going to another country is a whole different ball game. Like, there's nothing like America out there. I've been to Europe. Many of you guys have. You know, I would argue that's probably the closest thing to America, or maybe Canada, but it's just nobody wants to leave. So I don't see people going anywhere. Defund the trillionaire. Taxing unrealized gains doesn't make any sense. We do it right now with housing. What do you think property tax is? What do you think required minimum distributions is for 401ks? We already do it.
Secondly, they still get an estate tax at that point if they renounce their citizenship. They'd be taxed at 40%. We tax if you leave American citizenship. Third, wealth taxes haven't worked in other countries for two reasons. One, that most other countries don't tax based on nationality. They tax based on territory. So you can leave France, you could leave other places, and you can avoid the tax. We chase you down. If you're leaving and you keep your American citizenship, you still have to pay tax. And finally, where are they going to invest? Are they going to, I mean, America is still the best place for capital and investment. You know how I know this? In California, when we came out with a 5% wealth tax, which there's a difference, the governor and I support it. He doesn't.
There's a ballot measure to vote on that this fall, right?
5% tax. They said, oh, this is going to be capital flight in California. You know how much venture capital is coming to California? Since that has been proposed, 85% of venture capital is still coming to California. There hasn't been capital flight. Anyone who thinks that Silicon Valley is not going to produce trillions of dollars doesn't know what they're talking about.
Maybe they don't think it's going to.
Yeah, when I was debating people on TikTok, they would always bring up some companies leaving California, right? You hear it from right-wingers all the time. Everybody's leaving California. It sucks. Well, that's not true. The decline in population is negligible. I'm talking like negative 10,000 at this point. People have come back since the pandemic, but they also talk about a business leaving here or there, but you can give tons of examples of businesses moving to California, like, what's it called? Tesla. Elon Musk famously moved Tesla to Texas in 2021. By 2 years later, 2023, he moved the majority of Tesla back to California. The engineering headquarters, the brains, the heart of Tesla moved back to California because there's no talent. You can't beat Silicon Valley. So for every company that leaves, there's big new companies coming to California and investing. For every person that leaves, there's people moving to California all the time.
Pass.
Well, they do, because some of the billion doesn't know what they're talking about.
Maybe they don't think it's going to pass.
Well, they do, because some of the billionaires themselves are leaving. They are leaving, but their money is not leaving. Mm-hmm. And that's because the AI revolution is enriching these technology companies and billionaires. But the question is that the country we want? That 1/3 of the nation's wealth is in my district?
So if the proposition on the table is that a more progressive candidate should be nominated by Democrats in 2028, do we have a test case this fall in 2026? Abdul El-Sayed, who is seen as more progressive than other Democrats, is the Democratic nominee in a swing state, Michigan. Is that a test for your idea? If he wins, that means a progressive can win a swing state. If he loses, it would mean something else.
I love Abdul's candidacy. I've endorsed him. I don't think any statewide race is a test on national prospects. By that logic, we would have had President Jeb Bush or President DeSantis. What matters...
But it's a state that Democrats must win.
Yes.
If he can't carry it, that might say something.
Well, but you know, I do think he's going to win. But I believe what we need is Abdul's clarity on Medicare for all, Abdul's clarity on not having foreign wars, but also what I call economic patriotism, a strategy of industrial economic development, a strategy of new trade schools. Those are things, frankly, that Haley Stevens worked on in the Obama administration.
Oh, so, the candidate that he overcame.
The candidate he beat. So a broad economic patriotism agenda, I am confident, will win in Michigan. And I do believe that Abdul will win that race. But I don't, even if he wins that race, that doesn't mean, okay, a progressive is going to be the nominee. The American people will look at a number of great candidates and they'll say, who can lead this country for the future? Who's going to deliver economic prosperity? Who can lead us around the world? And that's a very personal, deep bar that someone has to cross that is not ChatGPT calculus of what swing state someone is winning.
You also endorsed Graham Plattner, another left candidate.
I was about to say, poor Khanna, he went all in on Graham Plattner and got burned. And he hasn't been prominent in anyone else's campaign since. You haven't seen him anywhere near these other big name candidates. I don't know if that's because of Graham Plattner or what, but that was unfortunate for him. Bear at Home, thank you for re-upping your membership on YouTube.
Who flamed out in the end, to say the least, amid scandals. What did you learn from that experience?
I should have listened to my wife. She's almost never made me do an interview. She said, you make it clear on the record that I was opposed to you endorsing him. But on a deeper level, there were signs of toxicity that other groups had picked up, and I needed to be more sensitive to it. I said,
I don't like this answer. I don't think anyone should be sorry for endorsing Graham Plattner. He told Chuck Schumer, he told everybody to their face, there's nothing else. The accusations that first came out about him being rough with an ex-girlfriend and posting cringe on Reddit and saying weird stuff, that was not enough to sink a campaign. And, you know, the Nazi tattoo, yes, these were all horrific signs, but this is your average progressive in 2026, man. They're all gonna have dirt. Like I've been saying about Francesca Hong in Wisconsin. Everybody's like, she was a nightmare, hating on Thanksgiving and saying all this weird language like proximity to whiteness. That's every DSA cringe lord. They're all like that. Everybody, all of those people were saying weird shit like that in 2020. So if you think that's a deal breaker, then these guys are cooked. But I don't think Rose should have to apologize for that. Hindsight's 2020. Like nobody knew rape accusations were going to come out, and at that point, everybody bailed. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to defend Graham Plattner in any way, but the point is that everybody made a decision that the stuff that came out about him before the rape accusations wasn't enough to push him out of the race. The people of Maine, more importantly, were excited about him. He had huge turnout. And he was convincing independents 3-1 to vote for him. So it is what it is, man. But I don't like this groveling like, oh, I made a mistake. My bad. I didn't know. It's like, come on, dude. You know, if accusations or red flags like that come out about another candidate, it's just going to be the same story where people get behind him again.
I got that call wrong. I made a mistake. And it means being more reflective.
There's been an interesting evolution in President Trump's rhetoric about his opposition. For a while, he was calling Democrats socialists, which in some cases is literally true. But recently, he's moved on to calling you all communists, which may sound absurd to you. But Republicans have often picked out a label like that and repeated it and repeated it and repeated it, and then it turned out to stick. Are you?
You had to be blind to not see those red flags? Well, what are we supposed to do once the people of Maine have voted for him? He's the Democratic nominee. Are you going to bail on him and say, I'm not supporting that guy and risk the Senate staying in the Republicans' hands? I think people are being a little unfair about the support for Graham Plattner. I mean, really, the people of Maine are the ones who decided. What else could we do but try to find reasons to support him? It worked out in the end by pushing him out and getting a generic Democrat in there with Troy Jackson. But, I mean, you got to work with what you got.
You concerned about that?
Labels usually don't matter in American politics, in my view. I mean,
Are you kidding me?
We've been calling the guy a fascist for 10 years, and he's won 2 terms. I mean, communist, fascist. Well, here's what people care about. What are you going to do for them? Are you going to help them with their health care bills? Are you going to help them with their jobs? Are you going to help them with childcare? Do you get with or for? Are you on their side? I mean, yeah, people throw out all kinds of labels in American politics. I think what matters is how compelling your vision is, and whether people fundamentally think, is this person on our side? And then secondly, does this person have a real affirmative agenda to change our views?
So this is my problem with this. When people express concern about communism and socialism, they're not thinking about an economic system. They're not thinking about the workers owning the means of production. They're thinking their way of life is being threatened. And they're mostly thinking like the stuff they enjoy. Like, oh, you're gonna get rid of movie theaters, and you're gonna ban ice cream and baseball, and you hate America. Like, people are not worried about the economic argument of socialism versus capitalism. They don't even know about that. They just think that you're going to have like Christianity banned and trans for everyone, and men are going to be required to wear skirts everywhere, and women are going to have to be covered up, and like they
start hearing the USSR national anthem when you say socialist Lamau.
Exactly. Like, I think Democrats are making a real mistake here when they start like laughing it off, because that pisses people off. They're like, oh, so you think it's funny that I'm going to have like men in every woman's gym and bathroom. Like, this is the craziness that people are thinking when they hear about communism and socialism. They think libs of TikTok is going to become real life everywhere. So you can't just dismiss it. I think you have to like punch back hard on it and be like, I think you have to be proactive in expressing your appreciation for America and our way of life. And we need to be more gratuitous with our patriotism on the left. We need to show people that, yeah, we have some people advocating for some weird stuff, but they're fringe voices. And the vast majority of us love this country, don't want to change a goddamn thing except make it more affordable and make sure people don't fall through the cracks. Like, we don't have that sort of pushback. We just have people trying to make excuses for these lunatics. And all you're going to get is a bunch of people in America terrified that their way of life is going to be taken away from them. It has nothing to do with economics. It's everything to do with, you're going to get rid of the baseball field at my local park and replace it with trans disabled pickleball courts only.
Lives. Let me push back with a specific story about labels. I think about the 2024 election. Several years before that election, Republicans started talking about trans people. Democrats dismissed this as a minor issue that doesn't actually affect that many people. Republicans repeated their message, repeated it. And I recall in the fall of 2024, interviewing voters in Pennsylvania, a state that matters a lot to you, and sitting with a gentleman. He was a person of color. He was generally liberal. He's a steel worker. And he was talking about things that bothered him, and the trans issue came up in this conversation. He brought it up, and it was a thing that bothered him. And I realized this message that Republicans had repeated again and again and again, and that Democrats had dismissed, had really resonated with people who might otherwise be with him. And that
guy had never seen a trans person in his life, probably never will. You know, it's like all these people in rural America freaking out about some dude in the women's locker room as if they give a shit. And it's never going to happen in a million years in their community. It's wild what people are upset about.
That is why I ask why you would dismiss the idea that calling everyone a communist might not work in the end.
Well, I would distinguish between your example and just calling someone communist. Calling someone a communist is not believable, especially in my case, where I represent a district that's $20 trillion and literally 1/3 of the nation's wealth. A lot of things you could call me, but calling me a communist just
they'll find some aide to Mamdani or Sanders or someone who said something that sounded communist, and they'll pretend you said it.
It's just not believable to voters. I think on the trade.
See, I think Roe's missing it. Like I just said, it's not about the definition of communism. It's what the average American thinks communism is, which is trans people. It is hating America. It is no flyovers at the big football game, no Super Bowl. It is, just their worst nightmare. Everything they love taken away from them.
Issue. There were two things. One, people thought we weren't prioritizing their economic needs. The famous ad, she's for they, them, he's for us. It will not work, in my view, if a American politician, political leader is talking about jobs and talking about healthcare and saying their first priority is going to be the economic renewal of the country.
Didn't Kamala Harris say those things in 2024?
I don't think the economic message came out as her core reason for being and running, as that she was going to revitalize these communities, that she was going to bring a modern economic prosperity. I don't think that's what people saw her reason for running as. So one is that. Secondly, and I have supported, and I'm a supporter of trans rights, but to have a conversation with people based on respect on that issue. But that is a issue like abortion or gay rights, where people have a moral view on it, a particular philosophy on it. And it's not wrong if they want to vote against me because I'm a supporter of trans rights and they don't support that. Fine, that's their right. It would be wrong and foolish for someone to vote against me if they thought I was a communist, right?
But that's what they think a communist is. They think a communist is trans for everyone and children's genitals being mutilated. That they don't think of communism as the government owning shit and no private property or whatever. Like they don't even consider that. And also the people that do support socialism and communism on our side, they don't even believe in that. They think socialism is when health insurance is affordable and there's less homeless people. They think socialism is when no credit card debt and can buy a house before the age 40. They're not looking for some giant change. I think most people don't want to get more involved in their workplace and vote on things and stuff. They don't give a shit. They just want to show up and get a check and live their life. So I think poor Roe is missing the mark here, unfortunately. But I like Roe. I don't have a problem with Roe. He's been on my stream a couple of times. Nice guy. Talked to him for a while at the DNC, just casually. I think he's tapping into something. I like the idea of bringing Silicon Valley to the rest of the nation, but gotta take this communism, socialism stuff head on.
I mean, and I think voters are smart enough to make that distinction. So the communism stuff just is.
I don't. I have no faith in voters making that distinction. Voters are morons, me included. I'm an idiot just as much as my fellow Americans. They will not make that distinction. I'm sorry.
Isn't going to fly. Whether our values are aligned with Americans' values, I think is a case we have to make. And voters have to judge whether they're comfortable with my defense of trans rights and LGBT rights. And I'll say, look, I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, where people were pretty decent and accepting about it. But if they reject me on that ground, that's fine. That's a democracy. If they reject me in my district or other places because they think I'm a communist, that's just silly, and I don't think it'll work.
I want to understand something of the story of Silicon Valley, a good part of which you represent, and you know so many of the leading figures in Silicon Valley. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it would have been taken as a given that it was an overwhelmingly democratic place, an overwhelmingly liberal or socially conscious place, and that has changed in the last few years. And it turns out there's a substantial part of Silicon Valley leadership who are more conservative, you might even say reactionary, even anti-democratic. And I'd like to hear what you think happened. Why did it change, or was it always that and we didn't realize it?
Well, first of all, I won my election in the primary 63% to 6%. I came out for a billionaire tax of 5% on these billionaires. There are more billionaires living in and around my district than anywhere in the world. They poured $1 million into a candidate who was running against me, and that candidate got less votes than candidates who run against me in the past with no money. So I showed that you can stand up to these billionaires in the heart of Silicon Valley and win. Now, some of the loudest voices and the wealthiest voices have gone to the extreme right. Mm-hmm. There are a number of reasons for that. First, they want no regulation on AI. They want no regulation on cryptocurrencies. They want to be seen as the founders of civilization, carrying civilization on their back, where they're trying for immortality and think of themselves almost as demigods, the Peter Thiels and the Elon Musks. It's an arrogance.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
There's people on Mamdani's team that literally say I'm a commie. People hear Roe, and then see a more clip of him showing one of those jackanapes saying I'm a commie and will think all Dems are liars.
I agree. This is why we need to push back on that and say those people are nuts. But we also have to understand that those people don't actually support that garbage. Like, I'm talking about the voters. I believe 99% of people that voted for these DSA whack jobs, their definition of socialism and democratic socialism is what I said a moment ago. Cheaper health insurance, no credit card debt, able to go out and enjoy life. Like really, they are not voting for abolishing borders and the prisons. They don't know anything about that. Look at Key Shirley. When he was on our podcast, we asked him, so why are you a member of DSA if you don't support any of that stuff? And he said, oh, I just see them doing stuff and being active and basically saying it's fun, that it's a cool place to hang out and they're doing stuff. But he said nobody there supports any of the big things like abolishing prisons or borders. He never even heard of that stuff. And I think that's most of the voters for DSA people. They don't even know about any of that shit. They're just like, yeah, these guys sound energized and I just want to get cheaper stuff. So I'm going to vote for DSA. And also it's kind of an aesthetic, like it's lame to call yourself a Democrat right now. I think that's going to change when the new crop of Congress members get in there starting in January. And especially when our 2028 candidates roll out, I think it'll be much cooler to be a Democrat. I know that some people groan when I say that still, but right now with the Biden era still fresh in people's memories, it's tough to claim you're a Democrat and feel cool. So democratic socialism is kind of an edgy thing, It's like being a goth or being into death metal in high school. Oh yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. Oh, you are? Oh my God. Yeah, I like socialism, man. It like helps people, Fuck these Democrats. Whoa, bro. Yeah, I said it. Obama's the worst. It's like you're the cool guy now all of a sudden. And nobody wants to explain what it is and nobody wants to question what it is because then they'll look stupid, right? Like, what is democratic socialism? Like they'll never ask each other that because then God forbid someone thinks you don't already know. And so it's like, yeah, I'm a democratic socialist too. You are? Yeah, I filled out the paperwork online last week. No shit. I've been waiting forever, dude. I just got my permit to be one. Oh man, that's cool, bro. I just no clue what they're talking about. That's right. We're going to democratically socialist stuff next week with my friends. You are? Yeah. We're all meeting up to democratic socialized stuff, man. It's going to be awesome. Fuck yeah, bro. Well, nice to meet you, bro. Hell yeah, bro. These people, they're just looking for something cool and some action. I think it's just like a drinking club for most people.
And, Musk is threatening to
based comrade. Yeah.
Sue me because I pointed out that he was unconstitutional in Doge and it could have led to the deaths of millions of children, according to the Lancet study. But those folks are not the broad range of Silicon Valley. Obviously, the voters voted for me. Turns out a lot of the tech employees who live in my district don't like the billionaires and how they're acting. And there are a lot of thoughtful people like Jensen Huang and Jeff Dean. And so it's a broader brush than the media paints it.
If you think about someone like Mark Zuckerberg or some other tech executives who showed up at the president's inauguration, do you think they're just blowing with the wind?
Yes. I think there's opportunism.
Meaning if the wind blows differently, they will be different for the next president.
Yes. Now, whether the next president wants them or not is a different question. But my view is what we should mobilize these technology leaders to do is to invest in America. What we should mobilize is to have actual federal regulation on AI. Three things I'll tell you very briefly. Let's have a tax on agentic AI. If you want to hire someone at NPR, your assistant, and you hire a human being, you got to pay health insurance and you've got to pay a payroll tax. You want agentic AI to do it, you don't have to pay a tax. We're actually incentivizing AI. Mm-hmm. Second, let's make sure that we have a federal jobs program. If you're a young person graduating high school or college and you're having a difficulty getting a job, why don't we hire people for 4 years to rebuild communities, rebuild this country, build not just the physical infrastructure of America, but the social infrastructure of America? It's a derivative idea from FDR. And when I proposed it, someone said, well, Ro, FDR did the Works Progress Administration when there was 30% unemployment.
Hired a bunch of people to do public works.
To do it all over America. And that's where boondoggle, by the way, comes from, because they said it was a boondoggle, it wasn't a real job. But I said, look, the transformation we're going is very similar. Talk to a young person. They are afraid of whether they can get a good job. They can't buy a house. So have a federal jobs program. So tax AI, federal jobs program, and then defend employee jobs with bargaining. We need truck drivers on trucks. The idea of just having self-driving trucks with no truck drivers or planes without pilots is the wrong way to develop an economy. We want to be improving worker productivity, not displacing it.
Is there any Silicon Valley leader or billionaire whose move to the right actually surprised you? You were genuinely shocked that they were willing to go as far as they did.
Elon. I mean, Elon Musk blurred my first book. When I came out of the Obama administration, I've known him for years. And we always disagreed because I thought the grant to Tesla should have been linked to labor neutrality and unionization. And I always would talk to Elon about unionization. But he praised me when the Twitter files came out. I don't want to go into all of that, but basically I had defended the New York Post's First Amendment rights on the Hunter Biden story and had a private.
Oh my God, please, dude. Come on. That was, I don't even want to, the New York Post article was blocked on a private platform for 24 hours from being posted and shared in DMs like 6 weeks before the election, something like that. Come on. People act like that changed the 2020 election or something.
Email to Twitter.
You could still talk about it. You just couldn't post a link to the article. Big deal.
Saying don't censor the New York Post. That came out. He said Khanna is great on free speech. We had a relationship on he was very for student visas and he had defended some of the immigration. But the extent to which he was radicalized, his anti-immigration views, his actions at Doge that were totally unconstitutional, is now unleashed.
And useless, by the way. The deficit has only gone up the last 2 years.
And saying he's going to sue me because I said to subpoena him. I mean, that's the extent of it. Surprised.
What do you think happened to him?
One, I think the power got to his head. I mean, he was basically, he helped Trump buy the election, and then Trump gave him the keys to do whatever he wanted for a year. He was treated as a celebrity on the right, and he got radicalized on the right. I know that some people say his trans child had some impact on him, but seeing how extreme he's gone on immigration is deeply upsetting, especially given his companies are filled with immigrants.
Do you think it's just the incentives of social media, of attention, that drew him in a direction? Maybe he always had some feelings, but it drew them out.
I would say it's the affirmation of the MAGA base. I mean, they upheld him. He felt a sense of belonging. He felt a sense of celebration. And it's this lack of social obligation. You know, I was in New York. I saw the Rockefeller Center, whatever else you think about Rockefeller. You know, he funded the university I went to, University of Chicago. He funded all of these public libraries and museums. So did Carnegie.
Believed in giving something like 6% of his income to charity from an early age.
I didn't know that. Yeah. And you look at his plaque that was in the sort of Rockefeller Center, and he talks about how he's just a custodian of the money, and he really will be judged by his public impact. And you don't have today's founders creating libraries and universities. I mean, they're trying for their own immortality. They're trying to get to Mars. There's not a sense that they need to care about what happens in Lordstown, Ohio.
Elon Musk has actively said,
I do not really care about this part of this, man. Come on. Who gives a shit about what went wrong with Elon? The guy's nuts.
Said there is no effective way for me to give away my money for the public good. He doesn't think that that's really practical.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
Well, he doesn't think that it's necessary. In other words, these people, someone said to me, which was such an insight, they said, these folks would have been the conquerors in a different era. They kind of think of themselves as above you and I, and they think they're better allocators of capital. They think that
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Elon has no friends and will die alone.
Yep.
Elon has no friends and will die alone. Elon has no friends and will die alone. Elon has no friends and will die alone. Elon has no friends and will die alone.
He does seem pretty miserable. I love to remind conservatives on TikTok when I was debating that of his nuclear bomb he dropped last May that Trump is in the Epstein files, and watch them squirm and say, well, Trump is in the Epstein files. It's like, oh, so you think Elon was just saying, hey, matter of fact, Trump is mentioned in the Epstein files? That's it. I can't tell you how many Trump D-writers would come by my stream and tell me that after Elon came crawling back and was getting along with Trump again. They're like, oh, they just got in a fight. It was, people say crazy stuff all the time. It's like, dude, he said, I'm dropping a nuclear bomb. Trump is in the Epstein file. He's basically saying this guy abused children and he's getting away with it. I don't know what broke in Elon, but he is a very sad person. And as rich as he is, like, I'm not sure I would want to trade places with him. Like, he's high on drugs and stuff, and his kids hate him. Like, what a weird life, man. Thank you, Yeller, for the $10 super chat. Let's go.
Elon Musk having this money, Zuckerberg having this money, Peter Thiel having this money, that they're going to carry American civilization on their backs. And it's dangerous. And when I'm actually most inclined to run, I think I know these people. I understand the economic future, and I will have the guts to stand up to them and the direction to make sure that this future economy works for everyone in America. Because if it continues to go the way it is, we will have the biggest wealth divide this country has ever had.
As we're talking, you have just proposed a data center bill of rights.
All right, here we go. Get used to hearing about data centers, guys. This is the new populism slop. This is the new boogeyman. But what can you do? If the public believes it, so you got to ride that wave, man.
Lot in it. I have a couple of questions, but first, like, what is the 1 or 2 sentence definition of what you're going for?
Like, I do not want to see Democrats out there defending data centers. You're just you're on the wrong side, as much as they should. I'm okay with David Crowley's approach and what I've seen so far. I haven't seen anybody doing what I don't want to see, but I think you got to tap into that, man. You gotta ride the wave. You can't fight it, or you look like, you're defending men and women's sports, like it's one of those issues where they're dead set on data centers are why my life sucks and a monster.
No community should have a data center shoved down their throat. Right now, you have all these states that are basically expediting data centers, and local communities like Plymouth, Pennsylvania, have no say. 6 data centers coming. They're near Conshohocken and King of Prussia Mall, where I grew up, and they have no say. They should have the right to say no, and there should be no data centers in residential communities or in farmland.
Roe has no problem going as far as possible with it. No data centers in residential communities or farmland. Where should we put them? Yeah, we'll put them out in the middle of the ocean on old oil rigs. Flock cameras too. Yeah, you got to hate on flock cameras also.
If you are going to have a data center, why not put it in a brownfield? The reason they don't want to do it there is because it costs a lot more.
Brownfield meaning a former industrial site that may already be polluted.
And then there are other things you'd have to do.
I read the proposal, and there were some things that raised questions for me. For example, you very early on raised the concern about data centers using water, which is a thing that progressives and liberals believe and are really concerned about, the use of water by data centers. Except, as you may know,
progressives and liberals, I think everybody's convinced that data centers are robbing the earth of all water.
A lot of the information about the use of water by data centers turns out to have been overblown. There's a popular book that turned out to have a factual error. It turns out that a lot of the water that they use is just recycled by the plant, and it's still water. Should you still be raising that concern when it doesn't seem to be that real?
Yes, you should have to disclose what the water use is. You should have to get the community's buy-in. I mean, it's not for me or you to say whether Plymouth Township believes that their water is going to be impacted, right? The local community should have to decide. And are they using recycled water? Is it going to drive up local water rates? And if not, they can make the case to local community. I'm not saying don't have these data centers at all.
So
I'm
you're
saying
acknowledging they may not overuse water. You're saying you just want to know.
transparency and local control. So you make the case, you tell people what the water usage is, how you're going to use it, is it going to impact local rates? And then if you don't have anything to hide, the local community would support it.
This is another question that I have. You push for provisions allowing a local community to reject a data center if they don't want it. You don't want to have a statewide mandate on data centers. You want to make it easy for the community through a transparent process to reject data centers, which all sounds really good as we're sitting here in this interview. But I'm aware, as I'm sure you are, that a lot of liberals and progressives have grown concerned.
Data centers are the new vaccines.
Yep. True. I got cancer because of the data center. My kid got autism because of the data center.
About how easy it is for someone to stop a project in their backyard. That they're actually that we set up the government in such a way that people can prevent the government from doing anything, prevent the economy from growing because it's too easy to protest against a project. I think you're concerned about that, aren't you?
It's a great question and a good point. I mean, the NIMBYism on housing has really hurt, in my view.
Well, that's what this is NIMBYism.
Well, but I think there's a huge difference between building affordable housing so young kids can have a home or building an industrial plant so someone in the building trades can get a good job, and building data centers. You know, I talked to a guy in Pennsylvania. The reason I keep mentioning Pennsylvania is I was just there for a week. And he
also happens to be a swing state we'll just mention again. But please, continue.
But it's on the top of my mind.
Sure, yeah.
And he was an electrician. He said, I feel kind of guilty about it because data centers give me a long-term job, and that's something that I want. But my neighbors are upset about it, and I'm conflicted. But what I don't understand is, why is that my only option? Why can't we be building steel? Why can't we be building automobile plants? Why can't we be building ships plants, other parts of industry? And so, yes, we need to have reform on permitting in ways that are environmentally sustainable. But data centers aren't the first thing that comes to mind. I would be focused on housing. I would be focused on critical industrial plants.
I don't think the steel mill is going to employ that many people anymore either, is it? It's going to be highly automated.
It won't. It will employ, we have about 12 million people in manufacturing, and maybe it will employ 1,000 people, but 1,000-person direct reduction iron steel plant in Johnstown with the multiplier effect would make a big difference. But I don't have a view, let's just build, 4 to 8 steel plants and suddenly we're going to solve America's problem.
You don't want to have a 5-year plan like China does, I assume.
But if we do cross sectors, steel, ships, auto parts, machine tools, drones, robotics, if we have a policy that if you're a manufacturer that are making something that we're currently importing, we're going to help you, the small and medium-sized manufacturers, and we're targeting deindustrialized areas, that's one part of it. Second, we're going to invest in the care economy, childcare jobs, home care jobs, elder care jobs. Third, we're going to have trade schools, 1,000 new trade schools across America. That's such a small investment, from $1.7 billion to $5 billion. And we would have construction jobs, trade jobs. Fourth, we're going to have these tech institutes so people can actually do some of the new technology jobs, not just maintain a data center, actually 6-figure jobs, about 10 million of them. And fifth, we're going to have capital. So it's not sitting all in my district, but capital for Main Street and small businesses. I want an economic development strategy for America. We've done it with Hamilton. We've done it with Lincoln. We've done it with FDR. It's time to do it now. And that's what Trump promised, but never filled in the details.
Well, that last part is quite poignant, right? Like, Trump promised the world. He said he would do all this without the details, and he had no intention of doing so. But it shows you people want to hear this. They want it. I think if somebody a little more crafty used some of these talking points, they could really sell this, Like, we have great ideas on the left. We just need the salesman to go out there and pitch it to the American people. Kamala did not do a great job on that. I'm sorry. As much as I love her and I was enjoying the Brat Summer, she did not do a good job talking about her great ideas, like building millions of affordable homes or the enhanced child tax credit for new parents, whatever. But I love some of these ideas. Like, imagine a Democrat was going into swing states saying, I want to build 500 trade schools here. Like, people, I think even Republicans would be like, okay, I could get behind that. You got to tap into what people are scared about and what's bothering them and present a solution. And it can't be 10 years down the road. That was the other mistake for poor Biden. He was old school and he thought, well, if I pass good legislation, even if it unfolds over years, people will appreciate it. Like his broadband for every house in America. What a brilliant idea. Every single home will have solid broadband internet with his infrastructure bill that included like $40 billion for broadband all across America. Awesome. Amazing. Let's bring every community into the modern era. Problem was, it took like 3 years to come up with the maps to show where they needed it, to get approval, to get union jobs. Like it was just a nightmare. And, 3 years later, you've got shovels hitting the ground slowly. That's not going to work, man, even though it is the right move. And, 8 years from now, when all that broadband is in place and Republican scumbags take credit for it, no one will appreciate Biden and his push. So got to do stuff that unfolds immediately.
Okay, there's more of Ro Khanna to come. But if you've made it this far, we'd really like you to help us by filling out a short, multiple choice survey.
No, I'll be bombarded with emails and phone calls the rest of my life. I'm not doing it. I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll still be listening. I'm going to get some more water too.
Ask about corruption.
Yes.
You have, if I'm not mistaken, proposed that members of Congress, like yourself, should be banned from trading stocks.
Correct.
How would that work?
Members of Congress would be required under the Trust Act to be in a trust, and they would not be able to trade any stocks.
Does that mean a blind trust, meaning they don't even know where their own investments are?
It's a trust that is either a blind trust or a diversified trust, means it has to be over
like an index fund
or over 30 different % or so of different sectors. And I was a co-sponsor of the Trust Act and led on that and have led the call. But it's not just about banning stock trading. And by the way, Donald Trump has traded more stocks than the entire Congress combined.
And his remarks move the market up and down almost daily,
It is about not having PAC and lobbyist money, overturning Citizens United, having term limits for members of Congress, banning members of Congress from ever becoming a lobbyist, making sure that we are getting money out of politics. That's the corrupting influence. I mean, you basically have PACs spending millions of dollars, so we can't get Medicare for all, so we can't get free childcare, so we can't have tax on billionaires. And to me, that is the biggest issue. And I believe we need a constitutional convention, have the states do it. There are already 25 states that have an amendment saying to regulate private money. And if you can get to 2/3, you could have an Article 5 convention. We've never done that before, but for the direct election of senators, we got to about 30 states and then Congress moved. And my view is if we can get to about 30, 31 states, we could force an amendment to end PAC money.
To end PAC money, to limit the influence of money in politics, which the Supreme Court has made impossible almost.
Right now, you basically have people being bought. I mean, you've got literally millions of dollars coming into these House and Senate races. And they don't need to buy everyone. They should just buy one or two people on the regular committees to prevent consequential reform. I am less concerned about can a progressive win, and I'm more concerned about once a progressive wins, can they actually enact an American next New Deal?
Do your personal investments conform to the legislation on stock trading that you've proposed?
Absolutely. Yes. It's under the Trust Act.
You have a family trust, if I'm not mistaken, with tens of millions of dollars, or I don't know what the amount is.
I don't know the amount, but yes.
Okay. And you have no knowledge of where that money is?
No. It's not. No. I mean, I grew up.
Is it a blind trust? Is it set up in such a way?
Diversified.
It's diversified.
Yes.
Meaning you could go find out, but if you went and found out, there would be no overwhelming percentage in this or that stock.
Correct. And I find out when we disclose it.
So you believe you yourself would not have to change anything if that became law?
Correct. I mean, obviously there would be rules under the interpretation of that. And I've complied with every rule since I've been in Congress.
Are you prepared for that moment?
Well, I like that. They can only trade and invest in index funds. I think that's a great start right there. That's awesome.
You're running for president.
Low-hanging fruit, man. Let's do it.
It's 2028. It's maybe even just the primaries, not even the general. And someone goes through your entire family investment.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
And finds the embarrassing stock that you own. Have you actually done the research yourself to see if you have any vulnerabilities?
There's so much out there.
By the way, most people, 99.9% of people should be investing in index funds anyways. I think it would send a great message to Americans like, hey, this is what you should be putting your money in, man. Don't be trying to guess which stock is going to go up. Are you nuts? Index funds, please, guys. Broad index funds track the S&P 500, total stock market index, a little bit of foreign investments. There's index funds for developing countries and all that out there too. That's it, man. You don't need more than 3 funds in your portfolio. You don't need to be out there trying to research PayPal and whatever the hell you're trying to hit. You're not going to do it. You're going to fail. You're going to lose your money. If you have to scratch that itch, 5% of your portfolio in single stocks, maybe, or crypto or whatever the hell you want to do. Otherwise, boring ass index funds. You know, the most millionaires out there are teachers and like engineers. Boring ass, just piling money every month into index funds for 45 years, and then you're a millionaire.
But I think what people ultimately care about is where do you stand? And when they look at my record, they will see that I have stood up to billionaires in a 5% tax. I have been a consistent voice for Medicare for all. I have been a consistent voice in standing up to the defense contractors and voting against a defense budget, often the only person on the Armed Services Committee. I stood up for truck drivers and Teamsters over big tech. I proposed legislation to break up monopolies and for an internet bill of rights. So I think people will see that I have been willing to actually take on structures of power. I grew up middle class. I took out a lot of loans. Obviously, there's no secret that I've done well. My family's done well, but I don't hide that. But what I say is that I am willing and have shown guts to take on the economic class to make sure it's working for every American.
You have also proposed further legislation relating to Jeffrey Epstein, which I'd like to summarize as a follow-up on the previous legislation, saying that the first legislation having to do with disclosure should actually be enacted. What do you think is still out there that we don't know, that is not disclosed?
We don't have 3 million of these files still in the Epstein files. And those are large numbers of survivors talking to FBI agents and telling them who the men were who raped them or abused them. Those were scrubbed by the FBI and they've been redacted, and we still don't have them released.
That is crazy to me. People act like the Trump administration is working on it, man. It takes time to go through all these files and release them. It's not something you do overnight. We're not asking for Jeffrey Epstein's 8th Gmail spam folder contents. Like, we know where the substance is, and it's these 301s, 302s, I think. I don't remember what they're called. But when the FBI interviews a victim, they make a report, and the person names names and what happened to them. That they're holding that back. Like, dude, it's so obvious the cover up. Just wait till Democrats take over. This is going to be prime time. Huge stories about this. I just know it. I think they're going to do like a select committee, like the Jan 6 select committee in prime time for the Epstein stuff, because it's just, there's so much there, man. There's just so much pay dirt. And I know people are thinking, oh, dude, this story's old, man. There's nothing there. No, trust me, there is a lot more there, and it will capture people's attention, and people want it. They want to see it. I think Trump's screwed, man. Look at, one of his cabinet secretaries was revealed to have visited the island and lied about it. Howard Lutnick, his commerce secretary, he claimed in a podcast for New York Post at the end of last year that he went to Epstein's house once in like 2005 and was so disgusted that he refused to ever be in a room alone with him or talk to him ever again. And then it was revealed that 7 years later, he went to Epstein's island on a personal invite to have lunch with him, and his family was there too, and he had kept in contact with him. So he completely lied. And he's still in Trump's cabinet, standing behind him in the Oval Office. So there's a lot more to the Epstein story. And Democrats
had better do a J6-style committee with equal or better production standards. It will crush TV, television emoji, ratings.
Oh, yeah. I think it'll be huge. So, yeah, get ready. Democrats, that's going to come roaring back. Miles, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Obviously, I'm asking you here to make assumptions about things that we don't know, but there seems to be a couple of categories of what might be out there. One might be more information like we already know. More victims, a few more offenders, the same pattern that we've already seen. But there's also the idea that there is an even deeper conspiracy, that someone, as yet unnamed, in the U.S. government was protecting Epstein, working with Epstein, using Epstein, that there may have been a foreign government involved with Epstein. Do you assume that there is some bigger conspiracy out there?
I have been very careful not to speculate, because one of the reasons we've been so successful is we've stuck to the facts. And what I say is, I don't know, but I do know there are a lot of unanswered questions. Julia Brown, who's one of the best reporters on this, believes that there are important questions about whether Epstein did have connections to our intelligence agencies or foreign intelligence agencies.
You don't rule it out.
I don't rule it out, but I don't speculate about it. But what I do know is that the American president should issue a report about who Epstein was and what his connections were, either by declassifying that information or having a commission that looks at the classified information and puts out a public report. And I don't understand why J.D. Vance isn't calling for that. I mean, he's the one who was speaking all the time about the Epstein files. He still says, oh, I think that there are important questions about Jeffrey Epstein. Well, if you think that, you're vice president, you're not a pundit. Call for a report to explain to the American people.
Have you seen any evidence or facts that we do know that would point toward U.S. intelligence agencies or to a specific foreign intelligence agency?
I have not seen some specific evidence. I have just seen the things in the files where there are questions about who was paying Epstein, why did he have access to so many powerful people, how had he built this network. But I don't, there's no smoking gun where I've seen something in the files that says, okay, this person was meeting with the CIA or a foreign intelligence agency.
I was thinking about this scandal. It's obviously monstrous and huge. And yet there's also the reality that it would be hard to prove to many people that we've ever gotten to the bottom of it. Some people will just never trust or believe that the government has disclosed everything. And then I realized if you run for president, if you become president, in 2029, suddenly you'll be the guy that people assume is not telling all the truth. Have you thought about that?
Well, this is a huge winner for Democrats. Every single Democrat can run on, I will release the Epstein files, and I will not redact anything except revealing information about the victims. And I think the public would trust them. I think even Republicans would, not saying MAGA freaks, but, you can't trust anyone associated with Trump's administration on that one. And unless somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Thomas Massie gets the nomination, which I doubt they would, only Democrats will be able to say that. And I think they could win over some people. You'd be surprised how many people out there don't give a shit about politics, don't want to talk about it. But when it comes to the Epstein files, they're all in. All in.
Possibility? What would you do about it?
I actually have thought about the possibility that the next president is going to have a huge burden on this. And what I would say is that the anger is that wealthy and powerful people did not get justice, that they were above the law, that you and I have to get justice if we run a traffic light. But these folks were part of a network where they were either engaged in sexual abuse or covering it up, and they skated. And so the next administration needs to do three things. First, they need to release the remaining files in consultation with the survivors. I would have the president appoint someone from the survivor community, a lawyer representing them, to take charge of that so that they have credibility. Here, they aren't even meeting with the survivors. But
you would go to the survivors and say, who should I appoint to
yes,
do this job?
Who would be at least as a co-equal or someone from the survivor community, someone like a Bradley Edwards, et cetera, to co-lead this process so you have trust in the process. Second, I would have a review of that evidence by people, again, who have connections with survivors to see where investigations need to happen and prosecutions need to happen. I believe in due process. So I don't believe that an American president should just be saying, okay, go prosecute someone. But there needs to be a look at where there should be investigations and prosecutions, and that should come from
the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
He said embarrassing stocks, and I was trying to think of one I haven't like. Yeah, I would never want people to know I personally have 500k shares of Bad Dragon. I would be so embarrassed.
I doubt Bad Dragon is on the stock exchange, but I don't think that'd be a bad investment. Bad Dragon's a good one.
People who really have a sympathy with survivors. And third, I would have this report on Epstein. Now, I'm not saying that's me. I'm saying whoever the next president is.
You represent part of the country that has a huge economic growth, as you mentioned, that also terrifies a lot of people. And I think even including some people in the tech world themselves wonder about the end of humanity or the end of democracy, the end of human autonomy. I don't know if you have those fears or not, but I'd like to ask in the biggest way possible, what terrifies you? What keeps you up at night?
Skynet.
That we're at a breaking point in America, and that if we don't do something dramatically different, we may break. The American Revolution was not the French or Russian Revolution. It was a revolution on political liberty, not of massive economic transformation. And I tell people all the time, I'm 49 years old. I'm about to turn 50. I'm the nice guy. I just want a new social contract. Have you met these folks in their 30s? They want pitchforks and torches. They want your scalps in terms of politically. And my fear is that if we don't have an ambitious, transformative agenda that gets this country working again for people who feel they don't have health care, they don't have jobs, they don't have a home, then we really could break as a nation. We could break this greatest nation to be a multiracial democracy. And while some tech folks are worried about Terminators and
it would be both funny and kinda based if Khanna ran for president and he gets a public endorsement by Thomas Massie. Curious how that would go. Thoughtful face emoji.
I think he would easily get Massie's endorsement if it was someone from the Trump administration that got the Republican nomination. I think it's going to be somebody like JD or Marco Rubio, and they'll have the Trump stink on them, and they can't run against Trump. A lot of people think that the Republican nominee will be able to talk shit on Trump and create some daylight between him and them. No shot. Trump still, as president, is going to control his base. You can't go against him. So they're going to have to kiss up to Trump, just like people are doing to get his endorsement now, and he'll drag them down. So I could see Thomas Massie easily endorsing someone like Khanna.
AI messing things up. I'm not saying that we discount that. Of course, we need AI regulation. I'm worried about the American political project breaking apart at the seams. And ultimately, someone had asked who are the great presidents in some other interview, and it's like so obvious to me. It's Washington, Lincoln, and FDR. But ultimately, I'm motivated by Lincoln's fundamental sentiment to preserve the Union. We're not going to preserve the Union if we do not have economic transformation.
Are you saying you want to be something like Franklin Roosevelt, who was hated by capitalists but said he was saving capitalism?
Well, it would be highly arrogant for a member of Congress who's at 1 or 2% at the polls to be comparing themselves in any way.
And yet you would not be the only one ever to do that in Congress. Please, go on.
To be comparing themselves to the greatest modern president. I would say this. I would say FDR's agenda. He was someone who was from wealth. Of course, I grew up middle class and working class, but I've come from a place of success in Silicon Valley, and he was willing to take on that capital class to make the economy work for everyone, is a model for our time with an important correction. He excluded a lot of the Black South, where domestic workers, agricultural workers didn't get a chance. He purposely set Social Security at 65, knowing that Black life expectancy was 59.
That was the only way he was going to get Southern support for his social reforms.
He excluded, of course, Japanese Americans and turned them. But a multiracial New Deal, in my view, is what is needed. And it will probably be one of America's greatest moments, because what we can do and will do in America, I don't know if it'll be my generation or the next generation, we will become the world's first cohesive multiracial democracy. We are 60% white and non-Hispanic. Canada's 80-some%, Britain's 80-some%, Australia's 80-some%. We're trying to do something extraordinary. And if we can create the economic conditions across America to give people what I had, a shot,
also,
a fair shot.
I will say this, I did find Khanna and Massey's friendship through the Epstein saga kind of heartwarming. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we all want to see bipartisanship, right? In the end, it's tough with these Republicans. They're a nightmare. But, I mean, it's ultimately what we want to see from our members of Congress, right?
Job, to be able to buy a home, to make a life, then we can start to heal the wounds of this country and be a multiracial democracy that is a civilizational achievement.
We're not one now?
We are a multiracial democracy. We're not a cohesive multiracial democracy. We're a multiracial democracy that is breaking apart and that is angry. But, you know, who would have thought that you could just have a glide path to doing something that's never been done in the history of the world? So this is our challenge as a generation. Our challenge is as severe as FDR's challenge. We have people who are left out of an economy, who don't feel seen, who don't feel heard. They're left out based on factory towns, rural America, based on race. And if we can solve that and offer a vision forward with massive transformative change, then we can achieve something that no civilization has ever achieved in history. The one thing I will say is we need to be specific. I'm tired of the platitudes. Affordability, renew the American dream, have a good job. Like, you know, branding is not an agenda. Boldness cannot just be branding. We need to say we're going to tax billionaire wealth. We're going to say we're going to have free health care with Medicare for all, free child care. We're going to increase the living wage. We're going to increase union density by linking federal contracts to that. And we're going to stop the foreign wars. And if you don't have enemies, people who dislike you, you probably aren't saying anything substantive. I've got a lot of people who dislike me, not just Elon Musk and these tech billionaires, AIPAC, a lot of people who say, hey, Khanna wants transformation. Because I do, because I think that that's what's going to really give people a shot in this country.
Ro Khanna, thanks. It's been a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
Wow. Thank you, sir. Well, I appreciate his big ideas and the optimism. Don't know if we're ready for that yet. I think something bad has to happen. I think we're going to see it in the next 2 years. We'll probably have a bloodbath of entry-level white-collar jobs and see 10% unemployment. And then this kind of stuff will resonate much more. We have no idea what the issue of 2028 will be and who will be the right fit for that. It could be high unemployment, could be some disaster with AI. I don't know, but this is not working, what's happening right now. I mean, people can barely afford to live in this economy if you're not in the upper half of the K-shaped economy, right? Like there's the haves and the have-nots, and the gulf between them is getting wider and wider. And I think Trump's corruption is going to get more and more obvious and grotesque, and Democrats will be able to shine a bright light on that, and it could cause some profound change. So I'm all for this stuff, man. I think the way to go about this is to be specific, like Rose said. And as far as we want to get child care, your third largest bill or your second largest bill taken care of, you know. I can't imagine what families are paying right now for a car. You know, average car payment is like $700. Child care is $1,800, $1,200. Health insurance, if you don't have it through your employer, is $1,100. You know, next thing you know, it's like, you got no money, man. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Speaking of giving, I think Mike from PA needs to pay his thumbnail creator double because they performed a miracle. Look at this guy. They made him look like he's 10 years younger and actually takes care of himself. Let's see. Mike from PA put out this video. Why Francesca Hong lost. Hint, it wasn't Hassan. Who's blaming Hassan for Francesca Hong's loss? Now, I think Hassan, AOC, Bernie, all these people abandoned her and left her to her own devices, whereas they could have helped her dramatically. There's a case to be made that she would have won if they endorsed her and came out and rallied for her. I mean, Hassan went out to Michigan for like 5 days to campaign for El Sayed. He went to the influencer pool party the night before. He was at the results watch party. I mean, he was all over that campaign. But for Francesca Hong, he attended one rally with Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, I believe. And that was it. I'm sure he talked about it. Somebody got mad when I said this before on my stream, and they said he raised $70,000 for her. Wow. Hassan he could write a check himself to whatever PAC supported her for 70 grand. He wouldn't even notice. Like, come on. This is weak sauce for Hassan. He's the biggest streamer on the left. He could have raised $1 million for her if he wanted. He could have gotten tons of people to go out there and campaign and knock doors. And so I do think he shares some of the blame. I don't think he's singularly responsible, but people like him are why she lost, I would say. I mean, obviously she is the biggest reason why she lost, because she had terrible answers to her past comments. And everybody, all of these DSA people have bad comments from the past because that's part of who they are, right? Like 6 years ago, every single member of DSA was talking about whiteness and defund the police, and America is a colonial state that genocided the Native Americans. Like this is normal conversation for those people. But you got to have a good response when it's brought up in 6 years later, you know? And somebody like Tallarico has been able to do that. He's not DSA, but he said some cringe shit like God is non-binary, and he laughed it off. And in the first interview he did after he won the nomination, he was confronted with all his worst past comments, and he took them all on. He didn't deflect, and he had great answers, and they never asked him about that stuff again. She couldn't do that. When asked about Thanksgiving, she said, well, actually, Thanksgiving is a harmful thing. It's like, okay, you're done. Because people joke, they laugh, and they're like, dude, what's Thanksgiving is so stupid. Who cares? Like, why does that matter? Because it's not Thanksgiving. When people hear you crapping on Thanksgiving, they think you hate America. That's it. Like, they think you wipe your butt with the American flag. And you're like, dude, that's crazy. Like, Thanksgiving's just like some random holiday. Who cares if you say them? But it means everything to Americans. Like, what else does it mean to most Americans to be an American? Thanksgiving is a core part of that, where you get together and you have food and you watch football. And, you know, some people don't have family and they don't celebrate it, but the vast majority of people in America love Thanksgiving, and it means everything. They don't want to hear about the fucking genocide of Native Americans and colonization and proximity to whiteness. They don't want to hear any of that shit. To them, it means you might as well scream, I hate America. So she screwed up royally. She screwed up royally with that. I'm going to use the restroom again, and then I'll watch this video. This should be interesting. I'm genuinely curious what he thinks caused Hong to lose. I have a feeling Mike may actually have a good answer, because I've been shocked, and I shouldn't be surprised, but I've been shocked at how leftists don't even want to talk about this race as if it never happened. I would be touting this as a huge success story if I were them. Like, we almost won the governor's primary for the Democrats in a swing state. Like, what a huge step forward for DSA and socialists. What a tremendous victory. And yeah, this woman screwed it up and it didn't work. But, like, you know, winning isn't just about the actual win, right? There's like a million steps that take place before that, and you have to celebrate each one of them and recognize the progress. But boy, go by any leftist channel on the internet and you wouldn't even know this race happened. They moved on so quickly, as if it was just, you know, no big deal. And I do think a lot of it comes down to the AIPAC boogeyman. There was no Israel. There was no AIPAC to scream about. And so to them, it wasn't fun. It wasn't interesting. And it just shows how one-noted these people are. They don't actually care about socialism. They don't care about improving people's lives in any way. They just want to purity test and be better than other people and scream about genocide, right? Because it makes them feel better than other people. And it's like, now they're morally superior for whatever failures have happened in their lives, and God knows what they're dealing with in their personal lives. They can at least be on the right side of history on something, and this makes them good. And it's like, this should have been a huge deal for leftists. They should have been so proud of this. But we'll see what Mike says. BRB.
Had them to be their credible person and represent their issues. But as far as president, who would be on the world stage? Who would be our Margaret Thatcher? No, not on AOC, and no, not again on Kamala Harris.
And as Crystal, I assume that's because you're a Republican. You don't see them as conservative, like Margaret Thatcher.
No, not at all.
Okay.
Because I didn't become a Republican until I became a mother. When I first voted, I didn't vote just because it was a Republican, because I didn't know where I was. I didn't know if I was going to be a Democrat, and I didn't know if I was going to be a Republican. But I have looked at all of the candidates, and I come from, let's get something done. Who can govern? VP Harris, she had $1 million. She ran a very bad campaign. A lot of us didn't know where she was going to stand. So as a woman, I could have voted for her, because I'm not such a Republican that I couldn't willingly cross over and vote for a Democrat who I thought was credible. But she laughed. Every time she was being seriously asked about a question, she was just laughing, and she'd say, "Oh, I don't know."
So
and
what about
she was standing by?
So what about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez then? Why is it a no for her?
Again, she giggles. We need to have a credible, serious woman. Hillary, I could have all voted for Hillary. She was serious. She was a woman who knew her issues, and you could ask her any question. She would have a credible answer for you. And coming from being a senator and then later as Secretary of State, she had stature.
Okay.
And I have to say, I have to admire Hillary.
Yep.
She ran a good campaign. It's just there was somebody better who defeated her. And that whole Russia thing, we all know that Hillary couldn't stand the fact that she lost. And this whole Russia thing was just to cover up the fact she couldn't accept the fact that she lost.
All right,
So
Krista.
Women do be laughing. Women be laughing. No giggling. How dare women have fun? We need serious women out there, okay? Now, listen, if you want to hear more of these calls, if we hit our daily sub goal, we will tune in to our fellow Americans here. But for now, we've got a video to watch. What happened in Wisconsin by Mike from PA. Why Francesca Hong lost. Hint, it wasn't Hassan. Wow.
Number one thing that you cannot do in politics is become.
Holy shit, Mike. Did he stream from the homeless shelter? What's going on here, bro? Jesus, how is he not doing so well? Holy shit, bro. Are you good? Bro, do we need to start a GoFundMe for Mike? What is happening here, man? My God. What in the world? He snuck in this live stream before lights out at the homeless shelter, I guess, bro. Hey. 9 o'clock, lights out. How does he survive? He expressed concern that I was struggling. I'm concerned about him looking at this, man. We may have to do a GoFundMe around here. Help a brother out. Straight from the psych ward. Bro spiraling. My God, bro.
Bitter. You need to learn how to.
All right. Couldn't even hear what he said. What is on the screen here? Key leftist endorsements of congressional candidates. Hassan Piker, National DSA, local. Oh, so he's throwing like Bernie and the DSA under the bus for not supporting her. Got it.
Number one thing that you cannot do in politics is become bitter. You need to learn how to take an L. This was a historic opportunity. She took the establishment to the mat. This was just Wisconsin
The
DSA.
irony of this guy giving campaign advice.
Against the world, and they almost pulled it off. They were against the oligarchs, they were against the establishment, they were against the media, they were against everything, and they took them to the 12th round in a split decision. If Francesca Hong had received the same level of support as Abdul El-Sayed had won, she would have won by 10. I'm so proud.
Well, look, at least he's got the right attitude about this. I've been wondering why no one else has been saying this. It's been wild.
Yes, Hassan, famous taker of L's.
Yeah, right. Hassan, he didn't even care. He didn't seem to care much about this race, which is wild. Like, say what you will about this woman. I understand why Bernie and AOC and everybody abandoned her, because she was a total nut and they thought she would lose and that she was going to lose in the general if she somehow won and it would hurt their movement. But that's the thing. She was the face of your movement. Why would you not try to help, right? Even if you thought she's going to lose, at least she could lose gracefully and you could clean up her act so that it doesn't stain your movement as much, make the best of a bad situation. But they just didn't even care. They tried to pretend like nothing was happening, which I don't know, man. That is something. But Mike has the right pep talk here. I'll give him credit for that. Like this was a very close race. It was against all odds.
Why does Mike look like he is playing an extra on the Odyssey?
Hey dog, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Hell yeah, appreciate that, bro.
I'm so proud of our Wisconsin comrades. I mean, I'll tell you what happened. It's not, I think it's relatively comprehensible. Fran was on her own, and I don't care what movement you're from, you're not gonna win on your own. You just can't. Wisconsin DSA punched so much above their weight.
Yeah, but why was she on her own? Like, I hope he addresses that. Why? She should have never been on her own. Why do you guys treat your own like that? You should be disgusted with DSA and these leaders in the movement like Bernie and AOC, you should be outraged. That's who Mike should be pissed at. The Trib, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Awesome. Thank you, bro.
And they just couldn't do it by themselves, and the establishment, national establishment, fought her, and she was left out to dry. That's just really what happened. It's not like Francesca, when she launched this campaign, it was always the most ridiculously ambitious one. Now, the other thing I'm going to ask everybody not to do is do this thing where they now retroactively say she's a bad candidate. People do this to distance themselves, ego and mentality from losing, okay?
I see Mike has hired the same editor that Hassan uses to do 27 jump cuts per sentence. This ought to be interesting.
I will talk about all of the main objections, but she was a good candidate. And she worked really hard and she did everything right. Okay. The reality is a lot of people just didn't want to take the risk. That's what it was, basically. And, you see this type of stuff, for example, in LA with Nithya Raman running for mayor. Why has she not gotten support? Because people didn't want to take the risk with her. That's really what it is.
Yeah, but who are these people? Name names. Call them out. What do you mean? It's just this like nebulous group, people. But these are your leaders. These are your influencers. Come on.
Obviously there's some other things that are problematic with her that we could talk about, but that's what it is, and politics is about, a lot of what happens in politics goes on behind closed doors. It's not something that is out in the open. And as far as we'll talk about all the objections and reasons people are calling her bad. And I got to tell you, it's just cope. We just got beat. There's really nothing to that. There's nothing more than that. We got beat.
Bro, be touching his face a lot, man. Stop moving. Just talk. We got beat. Okay. Take the L and talk about how you improve from here, man. Come on.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
It's never their candidates, it's that they didn't awaken enough socialists.
This is a pattern. I agree. It's never their fault. I'm surprised he's even saying that at all. We got beat. We'll see what he says. I don't have faith that he's going to actually say we could have done more. He's going to point a finger somewhere. That's for sure. And it ain't going to be people like him. He did everything he could. Thank you, Games Are for Kids, for the $10 super chat. And K-Dog dropping 2 more gift memberships. Hell yeah. Thank you, bro.
Beat by the playbook. They didn't do anything special, okay? It's the same way they beat Bernie. It's the exact same way they beat Bernie. Electability, the establishment was 100% behind Crowley. They did centrist Voltron. She was left out to dry. That's what happened to Bernie. The polls were not wrong.
Okay, I don't know. I heard him say this on Twitter. Centrist Voltron. What centrist Voltron? Nobody coalesced around David Crowley. They all took it all the way to the end. They split the vote. There was no centrist Voltron. There was one guy who dropped out 2 weeks before, Mandela Barnes, and 3 others stayed in. 2 others stayed in. They didn't endorse, and even Mandela Barnes didn't endorse anybody, if I recall. I don't think he did. So what is he talking about? Now, you compare that to what happened under Biden, which also is stupid. A bunch of moderates like Beto and Elizabeth Warren, progressive, but everybody decided to get behind Biden after he started to do well. And everybody said it was coordinated and it was, a hit job, unfair that they formed a centrist Voltron to help Biden. Well, them's the breaks, dude. How about winning people over and getting them to get behind Bernie instead of just blaming them for endorsing Biden?
I've been seeing a lot of people saying the polls were wrong. They weren't wrong. What happened is there just weren't enough of them. She pretty much hit where the polls were showing her at, around 40%. Yep. You know, like that's where she was at in the polling. And to get to over 50% or to get those last 0.3% she needed some sort of outside validation. The voters, when she became the front runner, the voters were looking to see. They were doing the gut check, just like they did with Bernie Sanders in 2020. It's very remarkably similar. He became the front runner. The gut check happened. The National Democratic Party freaked out and said that he couldn't win. They did Centrist Voltron, and the voters listened to the party.
Wow. Those stupid voters, man. So easily manipulated. How about you do better? How about Bernie didn't build the right coalition? How about Bernie couldn't get any black support? How about Bernie was depending on demographics that didn't come out? How about Bernie didn't do a good job winning over his fellow candidates to endorse him? You know, maybe Bernie screwed up, right? But you never hear these guys ever point a finger at Bernie like he did nothing wrong. So I'll be curious if Mike, so far, he hasn't blamed Francesca for anything, as if she ran a perfect campaign. It's, so far, it's not her fault in any way, right?
It's the same exact thing that has happened here, and because she didn't have any assistance, when AOC and Bernie pointedly did not endorse her, she didn't have local, state, she didn't have any reps endorsing her. She had no state, no congressional.
So what does that tell you, man? That's her fault. How is that possible that she was unable to get big support? How did she not get Bernie and AOC support? She should have been begging them. She should have done whatever they said she needed to do. I mean, it's unacceptable that she did not get Bernie and AOC's endorsements.
Members endorsing her. She had no national progressive endorsements except for Ilhan. And
mend my fence, earn my endorsement.
Mend my fence.
And that was very late, and that's not enough. And like the TV ad thing is a symptom. It's not the cause of her death. You guys.
Oh, finally. I heard this bullshit TV ad excuse for the last few days now that she didn't run TV ads. She made a mistake with that. But Mike won't even blame her for that. He's not even willing to go there. I think it's bullshit. I mean, I've never heard this excuse like, oh, we weren't on TV enough and we got creamed. It just seems like looking for anything, any excuse.
You guys are doing things in out of order. You don't understand politics well enough. You don't just push the run TV ads button and then get TV ads. You have to have millions of dollars. And to have millions of dollars, you have to raise millions of dollars. Well, how do you raise millions of dollars as a no corporate PAC money progressive candidate? You need to have grassroots, national grassroots support. And Fran, except for me and Hassan, did not have that. She did not have AOC's list. She didn't have an email where AOC said, here's my fundraising list. We're going to send an email to my fundraising list about me endorsing you. We didn't have Bernie Sanders saying, hey, let me send an email for you to my fundraising list. Let me endorse you. They didn't have a,
One of the chatters said, we too broke. We too broke. Wrong version of two as well. We too broke. Yeah, see, this is a problem when you reject PAC money to try to take some principled stand and then you got no money. That's unfortunate. You know what I mean? It's just like, unless you're a social media star, you can't win without using the tools that other people are using. I mean, it's strange. She wasn't ready. Yeah, no, she was in over her head. She should not have ran for governor. But, she did it. She did it as well of a job as she could have.
Stop Oligarchy rally in Milwaukee with her as the headliner.
Yep.
They did not have, she didn't have the validation to raise the money.
Yep.
That's what it was. Would you guys like me to explain how campaigns function? Okay, so basically, I was a finance director for many campaigns. And how do you raise money? How would you, I'm asking you, chat, how do you raise millions of dollars? If I came to your house and I said, we've got to raise $1 million this month, could you do it? My guess is the answer is no. And the answer that it's no is, I mean, maybe you could, right? How would you do it? You know, I don't know. I don't have the image. I don't know. Do I have the image on this computer? Where I talk to you guys about love money, hate money, ideological money, and then access money. Do you guys remember that the wedding cake of fundraising? Do you guys remember that wedding cake of fundraising I made? The problem with Fran is that, you know, as a grassroots candidate who's working class, the love money is not going to be very much.
Erie, he wasn't looking down on you. He was looking down on all of us.
True. That's true. This is girlfriend point of view.
That's the struggle, right? Like, unless you're rich, you can't self-fund and you don't have rich parents, okay? So your circle of friends and family is not going to raise you much money. And as far as hate, Francesca was not running against anybody who had a large amount of haters that were desperate to fund her opposition. So those first two very important categories, because she was running in an open race against people that didn't have a lot of haters, that led her to try to get to that ideological money, right? Like, as the basis of her campaign. And the problem with that is, why should people give you money? Why the would people give you money? You know, they have to believe you're going to win, right? Like, if I'm going to give you money to support abortion rights, but you lose, I wasted my money. So I have to have this like ability to believe that you are a credible or even probable winner. And that's where the endorsements come in. Okay. All right. So that's level one of the kind of problem of being grassroots candidate is you don't have a lot of love money. You probably am not going to have a lot of hate money, especially at like open seats. So you're relying on like issues money, national progressive attention, where a bunch of like progressive leaning grassroots donors give you money, right? Well, how do you get those people to even know who the you are? And that's where the endorsements come in. Okay. So what is the process of raising money? Well, we've all heard of call time, right? If you haven't heard of call time, I'll briefly explain it. Call time is you have a list of donors and you call them all on the phone, and then they pick up and you introduce yourself. You say, hey, I see that you have donated to X cause or blah, blah, blah before, and I'm running for office in this state. I'd love to have a conversation with you. I'd love to make your acquaintance.
Did we ever find out if his couch survived?
Don't know. We're praying for it, though. Praying for it.
You know, I'm having a fundraiser. Would you be interested in supporting the stream? You know, supporting the campaign. You know, then you have a conversation with the donor, right? This is a class of people that can fire off $500 without thinking about it. What do you think their politics tend to be? Okay. Do you think they're excited to vote for the socialist candidate? So the pool of people that will fire off $500 off of a unsolicited phone call is relatively narrow. Unless what? Unless you're highly probable to win, unless you have that national name recognition, or you have made their issue a compelling one in your race, right? So when we're talking about fundraising for Fran, the reason why Abdul was able to raise all that money, right?
What now? Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. What now? Bleach blonde, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Bleach blonde, bad butch body. Bad bleach blonde, bad butch body.
Let's go non-DSA candidates. Mark Kelly.
Yeller with the $100 super chat. Mark Kelly getting some big points on the board the last couple of days. Hello. This was AOC versus John Ossoff for most of the month. Now the astronaut is back. By the way, guys, 10% of all super chats that are sent during this video will go to the GoFundMe to help get Mike out of the homeless shelter that he is currently in. So just know that you can change a life by contributing today. Okay, we want to make sure he's in a better place. He looks like he's struggling. Lockies, thank you for the 5 gifted kick subs. Hell yeah. Let's go. We all fall on hard times sometimes, you know. It happens to the best of us, and we got to look out for our fellow man when they're down. That makes me less likely to donate. Well, it's a joke, so you don't have to worry about that. We ain't sending our hard money to Mike. He's doing fine. He's got thousands of subs from his I don't even know who the hell watches him, because Hassan makes fun of him. All the leftists make fun of him. People like Mason, One Hand Politics, who's respected in the leftist community and goes on Jubilee all the time, laughs at him. So I don't even know who watches him or who respects him, but he's a bit of a Hassan waiting room since he streams before Hassan goes live. I guess it's just a place to congregate when Denims isn't wearing a hot outfit or something. They're like, well, I'll go hang out over there. The other people in the same homeless shelter, I guess. Maybe. Yeah. Is Dean and Parker the same as Hassan? No, not at all. Dean and Parker are liberals. They're a little young, so they're a little further left on some issues, but yeah, they're fine. Does this guy have a big channel? He does, yeah. He's been around for years. He was trying to make fun of me the other day, saying I only have 200 viewers on Twitch, which, number one, 200 viewers on Twitch is huge. Like, you can make a good living with 200 viewers. That's rare air. You're in like the top 0.01% of Twitch. Most people never get anywhere near that. But I stream on 3 different channels, so, you know. Come on.
Dean and Parker have got some sewing up to do, but they will grow into base strong bald libs before long.
They're young. They got room to grow. I agree. 200 viewers is close to the top 1%. Yeah, I have 460 people on YouTube and 400 on Kick right now, in addition to my 200 wonderful Kick viewers. So I'm doing just fine, but I appreciate his concern. But I don't know how many viewers he gets. I'm assuming thousands. But he gets thousands of subs last time I checked, unless it's fake. I don't know. Somebody feels sorry for him and gives subs over and over again. I have no idea. 2/3 of your chat messages are literally on YouTube at any given time. Yeah, he was just being stupid. He also made up some nonsense that he dissed. What did he say? He said he like dissed me, or he said he snubbed me at an event where I saw him. I don't recall that. I must have done it when I wasn't looking or something, because we sat there for like 30 minutes in a circle of people talking, and then I stood next to him watching Bernie's rally, and that was it. I don't recall anything. So I don't know when I got snubbed or for what, but I guess it happened. Maybe he made up that I asked him for something. I don't. I would never ask him for anything. I was just being nice. Getting snubbed by Mike is an honor. I wish something happened, but I cannot recall what I got snubbed for. And there were other people there who can confirm all of this. So speaking of Parker, he was there. So I don't know, man. He just DM'd me out of nowhere a few weeks ago. I guess Hassan was watching Live and Learn, and he just wrote me and said, "You're so pathetic, man." But he didn't tell me what it was in regards to. He's just telling me I'm pathetic. And so I just responded, "How's your fat girlfriend doing?" And then he tried to insult me for having only 200 viewers. So very working class proletariat of Mike to shit on a small streamer. You stupid working blue collar schmuck. You know, like imagine crapping on somebody who's just trying to like make it, as far as he knows, like, he thought I was like hurting or something. I'm not hurting financially, but even if I was, I mean, why would he shit on me for that as a leftist? Very bad behavior for someone who claims to give a damn. How many viewers does he get? I don't know, honestly. He's a Hassan waiting room, so I'm sure he gets a couple thousand.
Is because he got endorsed by AOC and Bernie. And when he was endorsed by AOC and Bernie, that meant he was also fundraised by AOC and Bernie. AOC and Bernie sent out fundraising emails to their list for him. And we're talking about lists with millions of email addresses of proven supporters, okay? We're talking about people that have spent money on campaigns before, and that results in millions of dollars.
Okay, so far what I'm getting from this video is AOC and Bernie screwed up. Their fault.
If my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bike.
Oh!
You have access to, right? And then once you start getting those lists, once somebody donates money to you, then you could call, say somebody donated $1,000 to AOC, but he donates $50 to you on an email. Well, now he's a donor, but he's got deep pockets. So you call him up on the phone and you say, hey, this is Abdul. I wanted to reach out and thank you for your $50. Your support is incredibly important. And I just want you to know that every dollar counts. And now that guy is like, you know what? I like this. Wow, I feel important. I feel valued. And then the guy breaks out his checkbook and you could fundraise again. So what I'm trying to say here is without endorsements, that means no lists, right? So she doesn't have lists of donors. So she either has to generate them, which I know how to do. I could generate lists myself, or you have to go and buy them, okay? And buying lists costs money. The problem is when you buy someone's list, it's a lot less effective than them giving it to you. Because again, those lists are, the quality of the leads is low unless you have the peer validator, right? Unless you have those unless AOC is saying, what if, AOC is saying, I really love this guy. He's great, and then you call the AOC list of donors and class traders and rich Hollywood actors and whatever right? When AOC gives you
class traders, you want these people's money and you're talking shit on them. That's crazy. Stupid class traders. Hi, how you doing? I'm here running a campaign. So funny. Mike is full of shit. I'm sure. Mike was thrown off the ballot. He ran for some state office in Pennsylvania because I don't even remember why. I think his mom was like a state senator or something. And he ran out. He tried to run as a Republican. He was a Republican up until like 2014 or something. And he lied about his job, saying he was an attorney. And he got thrown off the ballot. And he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And his highest court in Pennsylvania, the state Supreme Court, called him bad faith and upheld him being thrown off the ballot. So imagine being called bad faith by the highest court in your state. So the fact that he went through all that, he was a Republican up until like 12 years ago, and also just like lies about me, like when he said he snubbed me for whatever fan, I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, I don't think it's too far-fetched to think that he's lying about what he knows and how this all works and all that too. What's that case called? You can just look up his name. I don't want to say his full name, but you can just look up Mike from PA Supreme Court case and an article should come up that talks about it. There was some media about it, and it's been talked about on like Destiny's subreddit before and stuff, so you should be able to find it pretty easily.
The list of the Hulk's cell phone, and you call him on the phone, or she gives you the cell phone of Susan Sarandon, and you call Susan Sarandon on the phone and you say, hey, Susan, sorry to bother you, but AOC gave me your number because I'm running for blah, 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 blah. And you're just such an amazing leader and we love you so much. Would you be willing to throw me a couple $100. It would go a long way. We really, we're fighting the good fight against the establishment. And Susan Sarandon throws you $250, right? Like that.
Did you cut off Destiny? Yeah, I had to. It's all over. We broke up.
That is how you raise money. That is how you raise money. And Fran did not have access to that. So you guys were talking about television ads. And the problem is she was not endorsed by anyone. So it's really hard to fucking raise money. And that's why people love me and Hassan, because you come on our stream and we make $20,000 on my stream and $80,000 on Hassan's stream. Now suddenly you've got a humongous influx of $100,000 in cash, as well as you now have a list of people that you can re-solicit. That is worth literally thousands of thousands upon thousands of dollars, And then those tags are Mike from PA donor, Hassan donor, right? And now you have that list of people that you can then ask for money, and you can email, and you can try to build up your support network, because campaigns are war. And
yeah, I don't want people bugging me for more money after I donate. Like, it means a lot to donate. I understand it's part of the game, but it's annoying. Like, hey man, I already gave you $20. I would, if someone wanted to reach out to me after I gave $20, said, hey, thanks for the donation. Did you know we could use someone to make phone calls once in a while? If you could spare an hour, that would really help. Like, give people another thing to do. Don't just be like, hey, can I get more of that? I think that's annoying, especially if it's your own campaign that they already donated to. Like, I don't know. I feel like if they could donate more, they already would have. So I find that kind of weird, but this is why I don't run for office or run for campaigns. But if it was me and somebody donated, I would not be soliciting them for more money. I would be reaching out to them for more ways to get involved. Say, hey, if you could help promote this tweet, that would help. Like, anything but money, because obviously if someone donates, they care about what you're doing and they've given you what they can, and they probably are open to doing other things. And even if it seems small, it can help, give them some other way to help out. Just my idea.
Money is the sinews of war. With money, then you can then do what everybody's complaining about is she didn't run enough TV ads. Well, to have TV ads, you have to have money. To have money, you need to have lists. To have lists, you need to have endorsements. And that is basically the problem, and that is the game of politics. Now, some people can break out of those, like AOC no longer has to do call time because she has such a gargantuan list and she has such popularity and celebrity that she could just shoot out email to her email list and raise $1 million. That's why she's that's why she's the best candidate to run for the left, because she has a strong base.
Mike, you got to keep it down, bro. You're going to get thrown out of the homeless shelter, bro. Relax. No yelling. Who is the DSA guy running in Florida again? I think you're talking about Oliver Larkin. He's going to lose against Jared Moskowitz.
People love her. They think she's credible. She's got the list. Here's an example. A Bernie email could raise $100,000. Speaking from experience, this email probably raised her $100,000. This is what an endorsement is. It's not just Bernie Sanders.
So this is a long-winded way of saying it's Bernie and AOC's fault that Francesca Hong lost.
Coming and rallying for you. It's the fact that he does this. Sisters and brothers, thank you for the support you've been giving to progressive candidates throughout the country. Because of you, our movement won 3 congressional seats and nearly a dozen down-ballot seats last night in New York City, which follows strong primary victories in Ohio, Pennsylvania, California, Montana, New Jersey, and Arizona. In just a moment, I'm going to ask you to make a contribution to Maylot Quiros' campaign for Congress in Colorado. This is what I'm talking about. This is what Fran did not have. And that's why she couldn't buy television ads.
Shame, Bernie. Shame on you, Bernie. Shame. Shame, monster. Bernie's no better than AIPAC. He screwed her. Bernie is a monster. What do you expect? He's a Zionist.
Okay, like anybody saying, oh, she should. It's not that she wasn't not buying television ads because she was some sort of hippy dippy kook who just didn't believe in television ads,
which is what doesn't deserve to rock that rose symbol. He is not a social democrat.
I don't think that's Social Democrat, and that's DSA symbol. No, I don't even remember. Whenever I see that rose, it's usually got the Palestinian flag next to it too. That's just identifies crazy person to me. Bernie's an Israel supporter. Bernie's a Zionist.
Is that homeless guy ranting AB politics in the YMCA shower again?
He's ranting. He's worked up, man. DSA is a fist with a flower. I'm pretty sure this is the Democratic Socialist symbol. I've never seen anyone say it's Sock Dem before.
People want you to think, because they're trying to put her in the Dennis Kucinich box of kooky leftist who's unserious. That's what they're trying to psyop you into thinking, which is not.
Dennis Kucinich? First of all, wasn't he a Republican? And what a dated reference. The audience not going to get that. Bernie and AOC knew we needed to let one of the more impersonal candidates fail. That's Kucinich. Dennis Kucinich was not a Republican? I don't even remember. I feel like he was a Republican. Maybe I'm wrong. He was also just like a far left mayor. Am I thinking of someone else? He was a Dem? Really? Oh, you're thinking of Kasich. Yeah, I'm thinking of Kasich. My bad. I don't remember Dennis Kucinich. The name is familiar. I don't remember that, though. Let me look him up. U.S. Rep. Try this. Yeah, I remember this guy. Originally a Democrat, it says. Originally, what does that mean? Did he like stop being a Democrat at some point? Yeah, I'm thinking of Kasich. Wasn't he governor of Ohio or something like that? He wanted a Department of Peace. Ah. He ran for president once. I don't remember that. Kasich was the Ohio governor, yeah.
Not true. It's just the fact that she didn't have the relationships with the national progressive movement that you need in order to win. And like, why do you think I'm here? I'm here because I was worried about that. I'm here because she started with me. And who the f would I be if I didn't try to help her at the end? But I was always concerned about this. Like, of course, I'm always concerned about this. I was hoping that she would squeak it. She would finish. I thought she was going to win strong. But at the end, I was like, I hope she just squeaks it. And then they just have to deal with the fact that she is the nominee and they can't give up a Wisconsin governor's mansion. And then the DCCC and everybody will parachute in and take over a large section of her campaign as far as like fundraising, because, you know, she doesn't have these lists, and she would need the DCCC lists and she would need the DGA lists. Okay, like, which is the Democratic Governors Association. You know, Mandela Barnes not endorsing her after he dropped out. That's another red flag. Again, no access to his fundraising, no access to. He raised more money than anyone.
Yeah, but whose fault is that? Like, again, he hasn't blamed her for anything yet. So far, he's blamed Bernie, AOC, and just a nebulous group of people who just didn't come out to support her. I don't know, man. I agree with him that it was shocking that these people didn't do it, but he's not addressing why. He's just stating facts. Like, yes, no shit, Sherlock. 20 minutes in your video here, 15 minutes in, you've said the obvious. Now, why? Tell your audience why Bernie and AOC did not endorse her. It's like he doesn't want to deal with the thing right in front of him. She lost because she didn't have money. And she didn't have money because she didn't get Bernie and AOC's list. Okay, great. You could have said that in the first minute. Now, why? Explain why. Go ahead.
Because of that dynamic. How dangerous is it we have to rely on a Bernie endorsement to win? How dangerous is it that Crowley had to rely on Evers' endorsement to win? That's politics. It's a team game. And Fran just simply did not have enough people on her side. Now, I was hoping.
But why? Why did she not have enough people on her side? This analysis stinks. It's so stupid. He's talking about how you raise money. Who cares? Talk about the elephant in the room. Why did she not have those people's support?
That the establishment fumble was going to be incompetent enough that she would be able to win. And then people would just be forced to coalesce behind her because the governor of Wisconsin is such an important race. Okay? Like, that's the...
His chat is asking him why, too. Like, dude, get to the point, man.
That's the play that we were kind of doing at the end. And it almost worked. But unfortunately for us, she didn't get any late help. There was a moment when she was the prohibitive front runner and the political operation that she had was just not able to get endorsements. Like, that is why. And it's very similar to what happened with Bernie. After he won New Hampshire, after he won Nevada, he didn't have the political heft to get Elizabeth Warren to drop out. He didn't have the political heft to get even like people that are supposedly nominally allied with him to endorse. And so that's why she failed. You know, because the voters, like the white college educated voters in the suburbs that carried Abdul to victory, were not behind her. That's where she lost the election. She did really well in Milwaukee, actually. She overperformed in Milwaukee compared to what her benchmark was. That number was good enough to win.
But why, Mike? Why? He has not, he's not said why. God damn it, bro.
Had she done well enough with white college educated voters, and she didn't. That's where this race was lost. This race was lost because the Bernie Sanders AOC likers did not vote for her in Assad numbers. The other
why did they not do that? He'd tell you, well, because Bernie and AOC didn't endorse her. Okay, why did they not endorse her?
There was a huge encampment shooting in Madison, in combination with her defund the police tweets. Defund the police is definitely a slogan that is very damaging for our side. It is, just kind of electorally very, very damaging.
So now let's go with abolish ICE, right? Look at this. Recognizing defund the police has been a disaster. Now we're just going to go double down with abolish ICE. Same thing's going to happen with abolish ICE. 2 years from now, there'll be no context. There'll be some child that's raped by an undocumented migrant who was wanted, and it's in a sanctuary city. And all the Democrats will be pressed. Why did you say abolish ICE? We could have prevented this tragedy from happening. And they'll shrug and say, well, you see, ICE was marauding around and abusing people and causing problems and killing Americans. And they'll be like, none of that is happening now, so nobody has any of those emotions or anything. Nobody remembers Renee Good or Alex, Freddie, nothing. It's just like, you want child murder rapists to be free.
I knocked some doors with Ryan, and
I think abolish ICE is totally justified in the current climate. In the current climate, yes. And defund the police made total sense in the current climate in 2020. You're right. It was total. Nobody had a problem with defund the police. It was like, yes, this makes total sense.
Kulai didn't know he had a pen pal in prison.
But it's 6 years later, and people are like, are you nuts? Defund the police? Pen pal in prison? Yeah. This is my buddy who was able to stream a little bit before lights out on Cell Block C. Sorry, wrong, absolutely wrong. You are? That's okay. Apology accepted.
Came across this woman who was walking her dogs with her son, and we started talking to her about Fran, and she said, "Oh, I really like Fran, but I was a little bit worried about the defund the police." And I successfully named both of her dog breeds. They were a Newfoundland and an Irish setter. So she was very impressed by my dog knowledge. So Swish, I know how to talk to white people, Swish.
I would have been uncomfortable with my proximity to whiteness in that moment, and I would have struggled. White guy says he knows how to talk to white people. Amazing. Holy shit, man. I don't even know how these guys do it. How does anyone hang out in this environment? Just the cringe is on levels never seen before, man. I know how to talk to white people. That's what's up. I get it. Like, that's really something to brag about there, bro. I'm white. I know how to talk to white people. I understand the white man. I've been around enough white guys to know what the white man wants to hear. That's crazy. Like, this is something to brag about. He's the white whisperer. Well, I think because in these circles, white people are like the worst of the worst, you know, like privileged, stupid monsters.
Okay, Mike, now try talking to black people.
Yeah. Last time Mike interacted with a black person, he got deceived, and it was a Project Veritas guy that he introduced to AOC, and he got AOC harassed. So I don't think Mike is good around black people.
That I showed her a picture of Romeo, and then I said, well, she's not going to defund the police. She cares about being tough on the causes of crime, and her focus is on real public safety. And I was able to talk her down. But to me, that was a very bad sign. You know, like, she was 100% excited, you know, interested in Fran until she heard about this defund the police thing, and that threw her off. And she was a white, college-educated voter, right? Disappointing night. One thing is clear: the establishment is perfectly willing to overlook serious.
That was always funny for me. Like, Francesca Hong never backed down from any of her positions. She never said that was cringe, like Tallarico. She never said, I changed my mind. She had the worst answer ever. This should be brought up all the time. She would say, well, I can't do that as governor, right? Like when the Thanksgiving criticism came up, she said, well, as governor, I can't cancel Thanksgiving. It's like, dude, that's not the answer, man. That is not the answer. You know, it's like, you know, you have a policy position that you want to beat all dogs to death. And you're like, well, look, as governor, I can't beat all dogs to death. Okay. So, I mean, come on, let's be real here. It's like, what would you, if you could? I mean, I can't. So it's not even worth debating. It's like, okay, this is not the right answer, man.
Flaws of their candidates and rally around them. Progressives frequently fail to rally for their candidates and miss huge opportunities for no good reason. Now, I know that a lot of people are going to say something like to the effect of, she was a bad candidate. That's incorrect. But there's another thing you need to understand. When you lose, people will call you a loser. It doesn't matter if you lose by 1 vote or 1 million votes. You are in the category of person who lost. And people in politics, it's very brutal, but I want to tell you that there is a rule. It's not what you've done, it's what you will do. So by losing, then people are going to try to distance themselves from the loss. It doesn't matter that she ran an outstanding, unbelievable, overperforming grassroots campaign with no help. If you had told me back when we had her on the stream that she would be neck and neck, and it would be the very last precinct of the entire state.
Didn't he start this by saying, learn to take the L?
Well, he started it by saying she did a good job and we should be proud of her. And yeah, I mean, he definitely started like, this isn't a loss, which I agree. That's the only thing I've agreed with here or thought was of any value was the first minute of the video. Did you read the Political article about Bernie's response to progressives upset at him for not endorsing Hong? No. I've only heard Bernie say that he just doesn't endorse in governor's races and he's focused on the Senate, which is bullshit because he endorsed Troy Jackson in the Maine governor's race back in June. Same thing with AOC. AOC endorsed some state assembly people in New York. And then she claimed, oh, well, I'm focused on the House. It's like, okay, well, then why did you endorse New York state assembly people? Bernie says he can't get involved in every race. Yeah, he also said he doesn't have the resources. I can't spread all my resources. Like, what do you mean? How many socialists are running on the national stage and this big? I mean, this was This should have been Bernie's wet dream. You have a DSA candidate about to win the governor's race in a swing state. Like, isn't this everything that you've been building for? He's like, no, I'm focused on the Senate, so I can't get involved in that. I'll let her fail on the national stage and make my movement look like shit. Like, what? You don't have resources to endorse her? You can't even put out a tweet? Like, I endorse her? Like, you couldn't even bother to put a post on X? What kind of resources does that take? I have never felt like Bernie was so blatantly lying until this Francesca Hong campaign. And it pains me to say that. I like Bernie and I still think he's fine. I like the policy he stands for, but he was just lying, man. He's just full of shit. Like, just don't treat me like a schmuck, man. Just tell the truth. I think she's a weak candidate and we're not going to get behind her. You know, it sucks, but don't play me for a schmuck, Weasley little liar.
I would determine the outcome. I would have taken that. I would have taken that bet back in September of last year. Let's keep the context. You know what I mean? And this has happened to me before, by the way. I had another race of mine where we lost on the last precinct, just like this one. Okay? So this is just the way it goes in life. Sometimes you have the squeakers where you win, like Abdul last week, and then sometimes you have squeakers where you lose. The one thing about politics is once you start smelling your own farts a little bit too much, you're going to be reminded that life is unpredictable. Okay? And like, her performance was strong. The turnout was high, man. She got 75,000, 85,000 more votes than Evers did in 2018. This, and obviously there was also some Republican crossovers and things like that. But it's
2018. Was that what we're comparing this to? People are so pissed at Trump and Republicans right now. The turnout is directly involved in that. I don't think this is DSA momentum. I don't think people are getting that socialism bug and so excited. This is just pure rage at Trump and the economic conditions. Maybe being pissed at the Democrats for not doing anything, even though they don't understand you can't do anything from the minority. But I would not compare this to 2018. This is, first of all, this administration is so different from Trump's first administration. So this is just pure rage. So poor Tony Evers getting dragged. Tony Evers is why Crowley won. He came out and got him across the finish line when nobody thought that was possible. And he did it in like 2 weeks.
It's hard to, complain about that too much. It is what it is. The universe will always humble you. Just remember that. Just remember that. In politics and in life, you will get humbled. And, my general feeling is that if Francesca Hong had received the same level of support as Abdul El-Sayed had won, she would have won by 10. Like if she had the full progressive train come through and do 1 million.
You said that 3 times already. Why did they not support her, Mike? You're going to start getting me to yell, but I don't have to worry about waking up the homeless shelter and getting thrown out. Why, you dumb fuck? Why did they not do that? Get to it. You're 21 minutes into your video. Why? Can you analyze? You've told us 3 times already that happened. We know that. Why did it happen?
Their excuse is that they won't endorse unless they send people to canvass for them. They must have had no faith in Hong.
Yes, I agree. They had no faith in her. I agree. And that should tell you something. You got that. My whole point is like Mike threw everything in here behind her, and Bernie and AOC and everyone was like, this person sucks, and it's like, he can't see that. It's laughable. Like, dude, do you not see? Like, everyone else saw that she sucks except you. And he won't address it. He cannot bring himself to say it out loud that she sucked.
Rallies with her and knock 1 million doors and, have everybody come and endorse her, then she would have won. But they weren't here, right? And that's just true. Now, The other thing is people will say stuff like, oh, her tweets, that made her a terrible candidate, her tweets. Are you kidding me? Zohran Mamdani had the same types of tweets. Daria Lisa had the same types of tweets.
Yes, and it's the
Guy,
reaction.
did you see Crystal Ball attacking David Crowley on the data centers? The primary is over. Soypil was the only person on the left to push back.
Wow. No, I'm sure, I don't know Crystal Ball's history with Vote Blue no matter who, but I'm sure she's been screaming that about Abdul El Sayed, right? Can't believe everyone's not getting behind him. Oh, by the way, David Crowley sucks. And where's that Wesley Bell endorsement from Hassan and Crystal Ball? Still waiting on that one. Still waiting.
Shit is part of the thing. The difference is they had AOC. They had Zohran. You know what?
So yes, every single DSA weirdo has these pathetic, cringe tweets about whiteness and Thanksgiving and colonization and whatever, man. But it's how you react to it when it's brought up to you. And Mamdani did a good job. She did not. She shit the bed. Can't bring himself to say that either. He's just like, oh, she has the same tweets. Well, yeah. What was the difference then, dude?
Joe Biden said that poor kids are not as bad as white kids. Okay. Like, people are going to have mistakes. They're going to have like slight gaffes. And her answer wasn't even that bad. Okay. Like, it was a little bit on the autistic side, which means you want to explain where you need to be concise. But like, that stuff is nonsense. You can dismiss that because, again, it's just ego distancing from taking an L, right? Like, if you're a DSA socialist, you don't want to be like, we took this L. But we took this L. We took this L, you know? He said the establishment is the same as the N-word. Nobody cared. I mean, people did care. But again, it's the party decides. There is a
wow, is this somehow the Democratic Party's fault? That's insane.
Long-term idea where if the entire establishment goes behind someone, they're going to win. You know, it is.
That didn't happen. Look at El Sayed. He won. He had $60 million running against him and he lost, or he won. What do you mean? You have an example from a week earlier of that not being true. The whole establishment got behind Haley Stevens. Hello?
Just what it is. You know, you need to disrupt. You can't have consensus in the party against you. You need to have some counter support. Like, it doesn't have to be everyone. It doesn't have to be the majority, but you have to have a significant block to then make it a race. And she did not. She had no, did she have any endorsements from statewide officials? Did she have any endorsements? She had no endorsements from congressional members. You know, I'm just kicking myself and trying to see if I could have found the time to fly up there and phone back more. I'm kicking myself because I'm trying to figure out how to have, the political game is where we lost this race. It does show that ads need to be part of the campaign. Okay. I'm going to have to say this 20 times, so I'm going to save it for a little bit later. But her not having television ads is the symptom, not the disease. It's the symptom of not having enough money. That's the, I don't think she was saying we're not buying TV ads because we hate TV ads. She was saying we don't have the money for TV ads, so we decided to do a different strategy. I only heard about Hong a month ago, whereas Abdul said he heard his name for a year because Abdul had a strong political game. He had Bernie's endorsement from the beginning. He had AOC's endorsement. He had all the DSA reps who were elected came out and campaigned for him, right? They were very clearly comfortable with his race, whereas with Hong, they were not. There was not that relationship.
Why? There's your content. Why? Yeah, come on, man. Take the bait. Say it.
And that's, I also kind of blame DSA a bit as well, because if we're going to have a compelling governor candidate, we need to be ready to ride for her, right? It all comes down to the chart.
So why did DSA of all organizations not endorse her? That should be quite damning. Why did DSA not endorse her? Maybe he'll finally get there now.
It all comes down to the chart. What do you guys notice about the losses? What do you notice about the losses? So if you look at the winners, do you notice how they have every winner has either Bernie, Zoran, or AOC, their DSA, okay? Some people have won without, well, you know, and Hassan, right? This is the method. And when you look at the defeats, no, there's only one endorsement. There's only one time where we had Hassan, the DSA, Bernie Sanders, and a loss. And, you know, you know, Cori Bush is a special case, right?
Why? Why is Cori Bush a special case? What's going on there? What happened there? I'd love to hear his insight on that one. What happened there? See if he gets this. What's unique about Cori Bush compared to all these other candidates? I don't know what it is.
Because she had a quadrillion, billion dollars of AIPAC money that's been spent against her.
Well, that didn't stop Abdul El-Sayed from winning, so that can't be it, right? I mean, there was tens of millions of dollars spent on him, against him, way more than Cori Bush, so that couldn't be it, no.
Over the past, you know, decade, and she was massively outspent again. What's the deal with Bernie?
Over the past decade? Okay.
And AOC delineating between Congress and governor's races.
Here we go. Oh my God, he might actually address something.
Bernie and AOC and she was.
Look at this. A chatter. Finally, they've probably been spamming it for 10, 30 minutes at him. Finally, someone asking the question. Listen.
Massively outspent again. What's the deal with Bernie and AOC delineating between Congress and governor's races? I don't know. I think it's stupid. What do you want me to say? I think
that's it. It's just stupid.
It's dumb as the polls weren't even bunk. I want to say this again. The poll
that's the meat of it. The whole video should be about that. That is the meat of the video right there. Why did Bernie and AOC not endorse? And somebody asked him a little specific question. Why did they delineate between Congress and state races? I don't know. It's stupid. It's just stupid. Just stupid. Okay. Great analysis, dude. Just Bernie and AOC have a blind spot, guys. They just, turns out they're stupid. Just stupid.
Polls were not wrong. The polls were not wrong. All that.
He's right about that in regards to Francesca Hong. The poll showed that she had about 40% support. And then there was Mandela Barnes with 20% and Crowley had like 10 or 15. And then there was like 35% undecided. So the polls were wrong about David Crowley, but that's because things changed very quickly in the last couple of weeks. They were right about Francesca Hong. They were accurate. They had her topping out around 40%. So all the polls said Hong plus 25, but that's because her next person on the list was 25 points below, but she was capping out around 40% in the polls.
What happened is people consolidated around the non-Fran candidate. They did centrist Voltron. That's what it was.
Who are these people? Because it wasn't the other candidates. I don't know who these people are.
And because AOC and Bernie didn't endorse, a lot of white college educated voters, they said she's not electable. There was a lot of progressives who voted for Crowley. There's no doubt about it. Like, there is no doubt about it. A lot of progressives voted for Crowley. He ate into her base. Like, that's just why he was able to win. Okay. Like, and he was able to win because people saw, they were paying attention in the last week, and there was a gut check. Fran was the front runner. There was a gut.
This is what happens when they can't blame AIPAC. Yeah. Just a stammering mess, refusing to address why Bernie and AOC, the leaders, would not endorse her and led to her failure. But he keeps talking about the symptom and the cause with the TV ads. Same thing here with Bernie and AOC. Bernie and AOC not endorsing is not the cause. It's it is the cause, but what is the symptom behind that? right? Like he refuses to engage in that. So yeah, you're right. When they don't have Israel to blame, it's just a stammering mess with no real answer. It's just like couldn't raise money, didn't get endorsements, but can't reflect on why, and it can't even begin to pierce the candy coating of why. Why is that? Can't even get past the surface, you know? Like, hello? This should be the easiest video in the world to make, but this analysis is just trash because he's not dealing with that. He's just telling people this, that I'm in a room right now and I'm talking to you on my stream and you're all watching a Twitch channel. It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Now tell us something useful, man. What do you mean?
Check. And then they saw AOC not endorsed. They saw Bernie not endorsed. They saw her stumble over, the tweets. And then, Evers went around saying she can't win. And there was no one saying, yes, she can. She will win. So that's it. A lot of progressives who locked in and they said, well, Crowley is the more electable candidate. They don't want to go back to living under a Republican governor. And it's hard to blame them. It's hard to blame people, I get it. Like Fran had a great platform. I think her campaign massively outperformed. But when you're left out to dry, you're left out to dry. I can confirm from what I'm seeing from friends in Madison and Milwaukee, there's a lot of people who liked Hong better and fell for the electability. Again, if Bernie and AOC were rallying with her, she would have had some mega gigantic rally and everybody would have been like, oh, we love AOC and Bernie and they're saying she can win and they're behind her. I would vote for her. But because she didn't have that validation, she wasn't able to win.
He said this a million times and will not address why. That's so funny to me. I have never watched this much of Mike's content. Ever. I've never. He's been streaming for 6-7 years on this platform, Twitch, and I've never watched this much of his content. I cannot believe that he would not explain the obvious here. I don't know why. I do not have an answer why. I cannot understand why. His argument is she lost because she didn't have the support of leaders like AOC and Bernie and DSA. But he refuses to take the next step for some reason. I cannot give you a solid answer why. He refuses to take the very obvious next step of explaining why they did not support her. That's funny. You said 6-7? Yeah, of course I did. Anytime I can get that in, I'm going to. But no, I do believe he's been on here since like 2019. I was the first person to ever raid him. I used to be cool with Mike, and I still would be if he wasn't such a weirdo. He abandoned me like all the leftists did when I supported Biden after Bernie lost, like a normal human being. They all turned on me, and then once that was really it. I mean, it was just everything. They just piled on since then. And then, of course, I'm friends with Destiny, and Hassan hates Destiny, so they have to hate me. It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid. But it's kind of funny to watch the shit analysis from him. I'm assuming his audience will not like it if he trashes DSA and Bernie and AOC. I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to, that he cannot tell them the obvious because they'll get mad. I find that pretty sad. To me, that's like audience captured or something, like I will always tell you guys the truth, man. I will tell you if our leaders let us down and somebody didn't do something, it is what it is, man. I'm not here to tell you guys what you want to hear, They kind of hate AOC and Bernie. Well, then that makes it even worse because they should be gleefully shitting on them then. His chat is bashing Bernie-ness. Yeah, there's right on the screen. It says fucking AOC and Bernie. So why not lean into that then? That makes it even weirder. I honestly don't know. If you guys have a theory, I'd love to hear it. You have some shit takes, man. Pup cup, girl dance. True. At least I'm willing to say them without fear of losing my audience, I guess. They are establishment DSA. True.
And like, look at some of these races. You know, Donovan McKinney, Abdul El Sayed, Daria Lisa, Adam Hamaway. Like all of these races, these tight wins that we pulled off this year. It's because they had a validator. For Daria Lisa, it was Zoran. For Donovan, it was Bernie. For Abdul, it was Bernie and AOC. And DSA may not have endorsed Abdul, but he got the support of DSA. The DSA traveling circus showed up for Abdul. It did not for Fran. The New York City DSA did not show up for Fran. That's just true. Like, you know, they did show up for Abdul. In what way is the Dems consolidation behind Crowley distinct from the consolidation?
He literally explained it for like an hour or two. So how did he not say it was AOC? He has said it's AOC and Bernie like 20 times. You're right. But he hasn't said why. Why did AOC and Bernie not endorse? He has not addressed that. Why did DSA not support? He hasn't addressed the why. He stated 20 times the facts and he refuses, or he does not say why. He literally, no, he doesn't. He hasn't said once why. He has not said once why. He said they were afraid. What do you mean afraid? Afraid of what? I would have caught that. He has not said that. He's had a million opportunities. He did not say they were afraid. What are they afraid of? What were they afraid of? Because it was not a sure win. Give me a break. Come on. That's pathetic. If that is the reason, then that's pathetic. That is pathetic. Well, we're not sure she's going to win, so we're not going to endorse. She's the face of your party, your movement on the national stage. You better get behind her. She almost won. She almost won. Nah, he didn't say that. You're just making that shit up anyways. Where in the VOD does he say that? Here. You tell me. Where in the VOD does he say that? Because I might have missed that. I've heard him go over this now 20 times, and I did not hear him say they were afraid she was going to lose. I haven't heard a single why. So please give me a timestamp so I can go to that point, because I did not hear that.
Behind Stevens and Abdul's race. You think the AOC Bernie endorsements are the critical difference?
Give me like 5 minutes. All right, great. Thank you. I appreciate it, because I have not heard that. I have not heard that.
Yes. Abdul won by 1.3% and Francesca lost by 0.4%. I think Bernie and AOC's endorsement is worth a percentage or two. She lost this race in the white suburbs of Milwaukee. Like, that's where she lost it. The white college-educated voters of Milwaukee in the suburbs, that's where she lost. She performed well enough in Milwaukee City. She slightly underperformed in her home area in Madison.
Which, by the way, Bernie and DSA endorsed Cori Bush. And there were no polls showing Cori Bush in the lead. Last time I checked, that was not a sure thing. That was always considered a close race. And she got her ass beat. So I don't think that's valid, that it's only if they think it's a win. They can't risk a loss. They've risked many losses. Look at they got a bunch of losses.
Which was a little bit weird. But overall, I'd say the biggest failure was in those white college-educated suburbs of Milwaukee. I think part of it was as well, and you know, you guys can be mad at me for saying this, is the Mandela Barnes effect. I think Mandela Barnes also really it up, because now that's a flawed candidate, right? I think he kind of served as a blocker for Fran in a lot of really important ways. Like, he had those relationships with AOC and Bernie, but they also knew about his like scandals, you know, but he also had the lists. So he was taking a lot of money that, you know, should have gone to Fran. And then he didn't endorse when he dropped out. And she said like, well, I'm not sure I want his endorsement, which was, again, why? Because he has scandals. How could Crowley win while slurping off data centers? because Evers said that he can win. It was a 0.4% race, guys. This was the last precinct of the state. You know, like this is not some sort of blowout. This is a.
It wasn't a precinct. It doesn't really matter, but it was a county. They take all of their results and they send them to the central location to count. He keeps saying a precinct. It wasn't one little precinct.
A tiny L. This is like losing in the 15th inning of a baseball game. You know, like you've ran out of relievers, you know, like it is what it is. And the answer of why didn't she win is she was left out to dry. Like, what do you want me to say? And like, ultimately, you know, my general feeling is I feel like she should hold her head high. I think she's acquitted herself well. I'm proud of this campaign. You're telling me that a race that started on this stream almost won the governor of Wisconsin, and had we gotten the help, would have? I am proud as hell of her. I'm not doomer at all. I'm like, hell yeah. And when they did this race, it was nuts, you know? And when Mark Pocan runs for Senate or retires, Francesca Hong, she's going to run and win. She's going to get a little bit sharper, you know, and she's going to run and win, you know?
Not so sure about that. I can appreciate him saying that this is nothing to be sad about, because I have not heard that from any other leftists. They all are pretending this race didn't happen. They didn't want to talk about it. I was watching a leftist, pretty prominent leftist, the next day, and not a peep about it. And it was like, wow, they just like, if I was a DSA leftist, I'd be holding my head high over this race that you got that close, man. But, you know, again, there was no APAC, there was no boogeyman, it wasn't fun. It was, you know, they don't really care that much, I guess.
Like, and she'll be in a safe blue seat, you know, like there's no, it's not the end of Francesca Hong. That much I can tell you, you know? And now
and I don't know about her starting her campaign on his stream. I have no idea what he's talking about there. I know she's appeared on it once or twice. I never heard that she kicked off her campaign on his live stream. That's news to me. Could be true, but I have no idea about that one.
He has the relationships. Now we could go and build them up, you know, keep your head up. Don't get discouraged. To realize that politics is a long process. Bernie Sanders got his ass beat 1,000,000 times before he finally won. So it is what it is, you know? Like the establishment Democrats and the entire national media was against her. And she was on her own with nothing but Madison DSA and Milwaukee DSA and me and Hassan. Like, think about that. And she almost did it. 40%. That's amazing. Yes, this is part of why we came close to a victory but ultimately lost. I should never be the biggest surrogate of a campaign. Pocan or national progs would have alleviated some of the electability concerns of Hong, which were overstated and outright weaponized to the last week.
Wait, a chatter said AOC and Bernie are rat fuckers. Where? I gotta see that. Funny. AOC and Bernie rat fuckers. I don't know why AOC didn't endorse when this race could be a model of hers in 28, says one sad chatter. Aw. Hurts a little bit more for the margin to be so close. I don't see the rat fuckers comment. That's funny though. Fucking AOC, rat fucker. Stupid ass AOC. That's funny.
Alleviated some of the electability concerns of Hong, which were overstated and outright weaponized in the last week blitz. Tightening comms is an easy fix for the general. Ultimately, the platform was good and brought historic turnout. There won't be a Republican at the governor's mansion, and I'm happy for that. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You know, and it's the same thing. Like me, you know.
There won't be a Republican in the governor mansion, and I'm happy for that. Okay, let's see. Let's hear some David Crowley praise. Go ahead. Give him his flowers. David Crowley. Amazing comeback. Came from nothing, from the bottom, dropped out, I've never seen anything like that. Dropped out, got back in, just weeks to go, pulled out a fat W, and now ready to pound on Tom Tiffany. Give him his flowers. Let's hear it. AOC's establishment, she is.
Watching the campaign on my stream is both it's a flex for me, but it's also like, okay, we also need to be a little bit stronger than just me. You know what I mean? Like I feel like I have some motion, but I don't know if I have enough motion in Wisconsin to win the governor's mansion. I'm incredible.
Bro's got some motion. Hell yeah, Mike. You got motion, bro. You're the face of motion, man. Fuck yeah, dude.
Incredibly proud of the race we ran. Our team campaign clean, our souls are intact, and we made really meaningful change for the progressive movement. 100%. 100%. This is something that I think a lot of people, if you're on the left, like myself, I need you to know that this is just the way life, this is
how the cookie crumbles, brat. Do you feel like this hurts the argument that extreme leftists try to make about Kamala losing to Trump? There wasn't enough time after Biden dropped out. You feel like this hurts? You mean because Crowley came back into the race and won in 2 weeks? I don't know what you mean by extreme leftists making that. Like they're blaming Biden for not dropping out earlier or something like that. No. No. Like nobody was mad at Tony Evers for not dropping out or something, right? Like I could see if that was the case, like David Crowley wasn't associated with something bad. He was a county executive and he just didn't have enough support from polls that he dropped out from what I read. And then Tony Evers just like got behind him, popular governor. Like imagine if Biden was popular and got behind Kamala. Like imagine if Kamala was running and she wasn't that popular and then she decided to drop out and then like Biden was super popular and got behind her. That would be similar, I guess, but I don't know. I don't think this situation is anywhere near what happened with Biden. Totally different.
The way it goes sometimes. And the reason why, this is why I want everyone behind AOC. If she decides to run for president, I wanted everybody behind her early because she loses if we're not all locked in. If I don't want to have 5 different progressives running like we did in 2020. I want to have her in the progressive lane. I want us all lined up behind her. I want her, Abdul is going to win Michigan. We're going to have that. That is going to be the argument for why a progressive can win in a swing state. This isn't the end. Fran is going to have a career. She's going to continue to grow. I'd love for her to take Mark Pocan's seat. I hope she builds a relationship with Mark or with other national progressives. I hope the socialists in Milwaukee, they strut and they gain the clout that they deserve. Here's my general feeling. The number one thing that you cannot do in politics is become bitter. You need to learn how to take an L. And you need to learn,
Bro, that's going to be a tough one for this crowd, man. Are you kidding me? This is their entire existence over there. It's all about finger pointing and blaming the world. Like, come on, dude. Look in the mirror, man. That's your entire community. This is the whole movement over there. They stand for nothing except bitterness and blaming other people and crying. Nothing is ever their fault. That's crazy.
You need to learn how to grow, and you need to know how to do a real autopsy that's not just pointing the blame and the fingers outward.
Oh, man. Dude, the lack of self-awareness with that, like these guys have been blaming everyone but themselves for Bernie losing. Any race they lose, it's always someone else's fault. Everything. Stupid Democrats, corporate media, donors. I mean, give me a break, dude. Lefties learn how to take an L challenge. Impossible. Yeah, literally impossible for these guys. I think that's what attracts people to this crap, is that they get to blame other people for everything, and they all feel better about it. They walk away not having to address any of their problems, not having to ever deal with anything, not having to grow in any way. It's just they found someone to blame. You cut off DGG. How did I do that? What do you mean cut off DGG?
You need to learn how to go like, she ran a good campaign. She lost on electability. She didn't have electability because she failed to have peer validators. Lacking peer validators made it difficult for her to fundraise, which means that her paid advertising was less than she wanted. And because she wasn't able to do paid advertising, people also interpret that as an electability question. Like, not being able to raise money when you're the front runner for a long period is a bad sign for electability. Like, and again, I think she was perfectly electable. I've seen volunteers for her Slack say they're going to join.
He just contradicted himself. Not being able to raise money when you're the front runner, bad for electability. But I think she was electable. You just gave you just showed evidence that she wasn't electable.
DSA because of her, and that is what, and we've got, there's probably gonna,
yeah, he hasn't criticized her for anything. He hasn't explained why Bernie and AOC didn't endorse her. We had one chatter claim that he did, but haven't seen that evidence yet, and I didn't hear it.
Be a great opportunity for a progressive candidate in Milwaukee congressional race. You know, like, fundamentally, my general feeling about this is I love Fran. I respect her so much. She made me proud, you know, and we did everything we could. And anybody who tells you, who looks at this and feels like it's some sort of like of our weakness or failure is insane, because again, this was just Wisconsin DSA against the world, and they almost pulled it off. They were against the oligarchs. They were against the establishment. They were against the media. They were against everything. And they took them to the 12th round in a split decision. This is like Rocky 1, you know, spoiler alert, he loses the fight in Rocky 1, okay? He doesn't get the title till the sequels. I would love to do a post-mortem with the staff of Fran's campaign if they're up for it, because I'm a very...
This editing. They blurred Mike and played music loudly over him. His editor did him dirty, man.
Very experienced campaign professional.
Can't hear you, Mike.
Myself. Well, not very experienced, but reasonably experienced. And
it was 5 minutes after this that the homeless shelter threw him out for yelling too much. Very sad. Very sad. Somebody linked something in my Discord that Mike thought he was getting a job with the Hong team.
Ladies and gentlemen, another poll showing Francesca Hogg well ahead. Guys, are we moving to Wisconsin? Are we moving to Wisconsin? Am I moving to Wisconsin? Am I leaving Los Angeles, California, and moving to Wisconsin to work in the Francesca Hong administration? Nah, bro, we got LA DSA shit to pop off. Or I could just go for the DSA that I've helped the most over the years, that actually wants me there, as opposed to the DSA LA people who are focused on, you know, whatever they're focused on. You know, just saying.
I guess people hate DSA LA because, or the Los Angeles DSA, because they endorse some people on the city council that aren't being perfect socialists or something. And like, there's some drama there where the Los Angeles DSA are shitheads or something. I think they got taken over by normal people who are endorsing normal people and doing normal liberal stuff, you know, and they're very unhappy. I don't know. I didn't know he's in LA. That's funny. That's fun. They probably don't like Mike. Yeah, shocker. He's not welcome at Los Angeles DSA. Oh boy, let's see. What are the comments? We may have lost the battle, but we will win the war. Abdul Sayed ran for governor in 2018 and lost, but came in second. If she runs again, she'll have even more of my support. She was and is a great candidate. She almost hit the moon. All right, so they're all taking it in stride. Wow, good job, Mike. Great video, buddy. Next time, tell us why. That would be my advice. And the title of his video is Why Francesca Hong Lost. Hint, it wasn't Hassan. And yet he never gave the reason beyond she didn't have support from Bernie, AOC, and DSA and other leaders. But he never addressed why she didn't have that support. He never went there. He just left it to your imagination. That's funny to me. How long is Hassan's video?
Well, yeah,
I don't know if I could take another obsession from Hassan. Do you consider yourself ideologically center left? No. I consider myself progressive. But I'm so horrifically embarrassed by the people I'm standing next to as fellow progressives that I hate to use the label. So I just say liberal, who supports progressive policy. But no, I'm not center anything. Centrists, anybody center, centrists are embarrassed Republicans. I've never met a centrist who votes for Democrats. I've met some who say I voted for Obama. They love to say that. I voted for Obama twice. Twice. Oh, really? Wow. Twice? No way. That's crazy. You voted for Obama? Like the most moderate, centrist, liberal that we've had? Like Obama was super moderate. Like they act like Obama was some sort of progressive king who was woke as shit. Like Obama he had a Republican in his cabinet, man. I voted for Obama twice. Whoa. And now you vote for Republicans? Yeah. My party left me. Oh my God. That's crazy, dude. I can't believe you would go from voting for Obama to voting for Republicans. Yeah, I'm a centrist. Crazy, man. That's crazy, bro. I just call myself liberal. I even say moderate sometimes, but for me, moderate is like big chunk. Because if you go in the real world and like you watch the news, CNN, MS Now, The Hill, they don't say leftist. They'll say progressive sometimes, but really when it comes down to Congress and the Democratic Party, there's two factions in Congress. There's the moderates and there's the liberals. That's what they'll call them. And liberals includes AOC and Rashida Tlaib. Like they don't really differentiate between the Democrats beyond that. Now I guess they'll say DSA, but really most people just call AOC part of the liberals. So, but I say liberal because to me it's like a little more, it's not leftist. That's where the line is. Once you start supporting democratic socialism or whatever, and you become a leftist, then you're not a liberal anymore. So that's, to me, it goes all the way up to that line, like sock dem. So I just say liberal. Yeah, moderate does have negative connotations, but like on Jubilee, I played a moderate verse. It was moderates versus leftists, I think. And I was perfectly comfortable taking on the role of moderate there. I mean, I support Joe Manchin. I support Kyrsten Sinema. Obviously, I'd love for them to be further to the left and supporting progressive policy, but I saw the value in them, and they helped vote for American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure bill. Like, they supported the vast majority of Biden's policies, and that included a bunch of progressives supporting that too, and it was quite progressive. So I always saw Manchin as like a bonus senator we should have never had in deep red West Virginia, and I appreciate any Democrats that help us do stuff, and boy did he ever. So I really have very few issues with any Democrats at all, and I could make the case for most of them, vast majority of them. Liberal is based. Yeah, absolutely. Being a lib is based. I don't know if there's much more I want to do. I have this Hassan video, but I don't feel like doing 30 minutes of Hassan after watching Mike for 30 minutes. That was enough for me of the mentally unwell. You were the only one that sat down on the chair with the leadership question? You mean that Biden is a good leader? Yeah. Is it me or is Mike's look totally dated? Well, he still has the 2020 long hair, right? Remember Hassan grew his hair long, but it's been years since that look was in fashion, quote unquote, where guys grew their hair out and beard. You know, the guys have cleaned it up for the last couple of years. So I don't know why he didn't get the memo. He's a little behind on that one. He likes his long hair, I guess. Normally he copies what Hassan does, so I'm surprised he hasn't done that. Has IRI spoken about what happened with Pisco and Pondering? I don't even know what happened there. I cannot follow the 20 streams of 5-hour debates and covering these topics, right? Like, I can't even begin to understand what transpired. I asked Destiny why he's not talking to Pisco, and he said something about him being anti-Semitic. So I say, okay, well, I don't think he is, so I'll talk to him and see what's going on there. But I can't keep up with this shit, so all I know is Josiah and Pisco blocked Destiny or on X or something, and Destiny says Pisco's anti-Semitic. Okay. Well, you know, people be fighting, man. I can't keep up with it. Like, I don't bother myself with who's mad at whom, because a lot of times they become friends again within a short amount of time. So I have no idea. I just stay friendly with people until they bother me. But I do not take sides on whether or not someone is something after another person accuses them of that, because how can I even begin to look at the evidence, you know? I don't know. I don't have time to look at all that. I guess I almost said I wish I did, but I kind of don't care.
Pisco and Solarpill seem kinda tanky.
I just think they're young guys, you know, like being young and on the left right now, it's hard not to be further left to some degree. Like, think about it. They're around people screaming about Gaza and hating on the Democrats. Kind of hard to be a Democratic Party defender when you're under 30. So I feel like you're a product of the people you're around. And I imagine they have a lot of people around them that are like, dude, Democrats fucking suck, bro. What are you talking about? And it's like, you know, kind of wears on them after a while. And it's hard to be the one guy you don't want to argue. I don't know. I don't try to make sense of it. I like them. I think they're good guys. I think their heart's in the right place. I think everybody's heart's in the right place. Destiny also gets upset at people, and as he has a very passionate viewer base and community, and they tend to take on his opinion. I'm not saying they're sheep or anything, but that's just the nature of watching streamers. Is usually you get along with them and you see things from their perspective, and then when they get upset about something, usually it makes sense to you and you go with it. So, but it's kind of, it can be a bit overwhelming for the person that's under assault. And, you know, it's like one time when I first started talking to Destiny, he told me something that stuck with me. And he said, don't ever feel like you have to defend me. But I also took that as, don't ever feel like you have to be mad at the people I'm mad at. And I've lived by that ever since. So if I'm not going to feel the need to defend him, then I'm also not going to automatically be mad at the people that he's mad at, especially if I know them and I have my own relationship with them. You have to watch 40 hours of content to keep up with what happens over 2 hours worth of events. Exactly. I just can't do it. I cannot do it. I could make the time, but I'm genuinely not interested enough to look into it. I don't know if that is bad, but I feel like I don't need to know. I don't need to have an opinion. Like, it doesn't affect my content and anything, right? Like, I don't, how can I say it? I'm like on an island just kind of doing my thing, and that stuff's happening on the mainland, and to me it doesn't matter. The drama's just boring. Well, obviously it's interesting to a lot of people, and I get it. I think it's fun. It's interesting to see people fighting and all that, and it's good for business. It gets a lot of views and money. I'm not saying that they're fighting for money, but obviously somebody likes it because it's quite popular. I'm not smart. If I was smart, I would engage in it, and I would bring people on to have discussions, and I would take a position, because that's playing the game. And that is what would take me to the next level if I did that. I'm not interested. I'm just, to my detriment, I'm not interested. And it's not a criticism of anybody else. You know, people have their interests. People have the things they want to engage in, you know, but I can't do it. Just doesn't compute. When I'm not streaming, I go put League of Legends streams on my TV and watch pros play League, and I surf the web on my phone and research things. And I spent the last week researching a lamp to put on top of my filing cabinet back here. That took me a while. So now I finally got a lamp coming by Sunday to hopefully complete my background here. This is what my life. I go to the gym for 2 hours. I go for two 2-mile walks a day. So that's about an hour plus. So like, there's no opportunity there to like dive into the drama and stuff like that. And like I said, most of the time they become friends eventually again. I've noticed after years of this cycle that they tend to become friends again at some point. So if I just stay out of it long enough, eventually I don't have to do anything. Rather pull my nails out than watch League streamers. Yeah. I like watching people that are good at things do whatever they're good at. And I used to play League of Legends. I haven't played it in like 5 years. I couldn't get past Gold 4, and I found myself screaming at teenagers. So I said, I can't play this anymore. Nothing else makes me mad in life. So you got to cut things out when they make you angry. But I can watch League, and I do enjoy watching good players. And it's good background noise. And I imagine what other people do is they put on drama streams in the background and they listen while they do stuff, right? Because they're just kind of, it's good noise and it's interesting for them. So I don't. I put on League of Legends and other random things. I put you in the background. Well, there you go. I think that's smart. That's a smart cookie. I have noticed Pisco is like, how can I say this? He's like, doggedly addicted to debating and talking about certain topics for hours and hours and hours. Stubborn, yeah. I don't know what that is. I think I don't know what's going on there, but I do notice like Pisco will go online and like debate people for 5-8 hours about the same subject. And I could never, that's a nightmare to me. I would be that is my hell. But he lives for it. He loves it. And so that's like, I think it gets him in trouble sometimes because I don't know if he has a purpose in it. And it's just like, he can kind of just debate perv himself into a corner that people will then push him on things that he just kind of, after 6 hours of debating the same thing, he kind of just took a position to test something maybe, and it gets him in trouble. I don't know. I don't know. But he's not the only person who does that. Plenty of people do that. He just likes arguing. Yeah, some people just, I mean, he's a lawyer by trade, of course. He must love arguing. So it lives for the game of arguing, you know? I was incorrect. He actually explains it in the VOD the day before and got the reason mixed up why he thinks they are not endorsing in general, specifically national candidates. He alludes to it. I agree, not very clear. He believes it's because there's a difference between a national and a governor's race. That doesn't address it. And that's just the same bullshit of, we don't endorse in a governor's race, even though we did with Troy Jackson 2 months ago, right? Like, come on. And then AOC endorsed in state legislature races. So that it just doesn't add up. Also, the reason I don't like the debate stuff is because it gets down into like, who's a pedo, who's a bigger pedo. It always just gets down to who's a bigger pedo. And that's like, I don't want to engage in that crap, you know, like it always comes down to someone's a PDF file, you know, it's like, God damn, bro, or a rapist, you know, it always comes down to you're a pedo or a rapist, you know, like, and it's just like insanity, dude. Like, okay, like how many people think Destiny is a pedophile and a rapist at this point? Like, it's just so insane. Like, there's people out there who think I'm a rapist and a pedophile because I hang out with him. Just by association, they've somehow convinced themselves that I'm a rapist pedo, even though they can't even prove he's what they think he is. And yet I'm what that. It's just like, dude, please touch grass, man. Nobody wants to talk about this shit. Like, go out in the real world and start telling people about pedophiles and rapists, and watch how quickly everybody walks away and doesn't invite you next time. Like, this is not normal behavior, man, to like try to figure out how everybody's a pedo and a rapist. Like, what the fuck, man? Just absolute insanity, you know? Like, what happened to the days of you cheated on me, or you're a bad friend, or, you know, you're a thief or something? It's like, no, you rape children. And like, I heard that counterpoint saying that Destiny masturbates to other people's children and he wants to engage in age play or something. And I'm like, how can these words come out of your mouth after the age of like 16? Like, do you not hear what you're saying? Like, listen to what you're saying. Listen to what's coming out of your mouth. Like, you should just be so embarrassed to even be talking about this. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit, thought crimes. Yeah, like, what is coming out of your mouth right now, bro? Like, are you serious right now? Like, why would you even engage in something like this, man? Like, what the fuck? Like, you are seriously debating people on whether Destiny wants to rape other people's children because somebody told you something in an email or something. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here, dude? Like, it's just gone way too far, man. Like, imagine if your people in the real world heard you right now. Imagine if you were overheard by just random people. They would think you're insane, dude. Absolutely insane. And yeah, I usually ask them for proof. every single time one of these freaks finds their way to me and asks me what I think about it, I go, send me the evidence. DM it to me. I'll take a look, you know? Send me the evidence. And they never do. They never have anything. There's nothing. It's just how and they get mad at me like I'm not convinced that Destiny wants to rape somebody's kids or something. I'm like, how would I even begin to figure that out? Like, I'd have to spend 100 hours researching your your shitty YouTube video evidence or something, or like tune into your dumb stream. Like, yeah, brain rot, absolute brain rot, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? I would be so disgusted to engage in debating that stuff. I would just move on to something else. I wouldn't associate with anybody. I wouldn't even talk about it. I would never even discuss it on my stream. I would focus on other things. I just like, who wants to sit around debating that shit? It's so weird. Like, they're so angry at this guy that it makes them feel good to come up with just the craziest shit ever about him and just sit around masturbating about it all day long. And it's like, what the fuck is going on over there, man? Get help. Like, life is too short, man. Like, why sit around and talk about that shit? You know, just get a hobby, man. My God. I wish I could say more because I have a lot more to say, but I really don't want to attract any specific attention or whatever. But man, and I kind of blame Destiny a little bit though, because he hangs out in those drama circles, you know, where people are talking about it, and those people too. So like, he could turn off that spigot pretty quickly if he wanted, but he seems to really enjoy, like, I'm not saying he enjoys the nasty shit talking, but like just the drama and kind of like, I understand he's been attacked a million times, so he wants to push back, but like he could really avoid 80%, 90% of this if he just never engaged with those people and didn't bother talking about it or anything. Like, he could really remove that. He said if he doesn't talk about it, they can do what they want. Yeah, I get it, but like, they'll get bored after a while, I think. He tried that for a while. I get it. I mean, I understand like the doxing and all that shit, but like, I just don't think it makes it any better to engage or to go after them. They're going to do whatever they do. Like, I don't know if it stops them in any way, you know, like, I don't know. I know like he can't ignore it in some ways, but in other ways it's like, damn, man. They have no lives. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good prescription, but in my life, just ignoring shit has always worked out for me. When other people are wilding out, I just ignore them and it goes away. Eventually. It takes a while sometimes, but I don't deal with what he deals with. But, you know, he engages with some crazy people too, though, right? Like, I'm not trying to victim blame here, but, like, you know, he engages with some fucking nut jobs that lead to problems, you know? Like, holy shit, man. He's going to do what he wants to do, though. I'm not here to tell him what to do. He has an aura that turns the sane crazy. He does. Well, I was thinking about that the other day. that like people turn on him eventually. Everybody does. I haven't. Maybe I will one day. I don't know. I've watched him, all his ups and downs, and I've never had any reason to like get mad at him or anything. But everybody turns on him, and I think it's because, you know, streaming doesn't attract the most mentally well people, me included. I just cope differently, and I'm a little older, so I'm not as impacted by it. But it's like he's got a huge platform, and I think it's intoxicating for a lot of people, and they don't really have their own thing. And if and they get an ego because they make his thing their thing. And they feel like they're part of something, and then for whatever reason there's a crossing, they feel crossed, and they feel that they have been wronged, and they get very upset. And then it's like it's very easy for him to cut them off, but they, you know, it's like imagine you met a celebrity and you're part of their life, and then one day they throw you out. It's like you can't go find another celebrity. It's like 1 in a million, you know, like you just happen to, for whatever reason, you became friends with some celebrity and you got to live this amazing life, and you got to hang out with them and see cool stuff and experience crazy things that nobody sees. Like, and I think that's the experience for a lot of people hanging out in Destiny. They get to go on his stream, and he's a big celebrity, and it's like he's very welcoming and very open. And when they lose that, it's like the ultimate dumping, and it just breaks people, man. And I think he has to be aware of that. He's got to, I think he could help himself a little bit by being more aware of that. I'm sure he is, but like, I'm sure there's something he could do to like not let the crash be so hard on, but these, you know, you have to imagine these people, they know that this is it, that they probably will never get this again. And so it's just, you know, it's horrific. It's like the end of the world. And I think it breaks people in a way that you just can't understand unless you imagine like you were dating a celebrity, and then once in a million odds, and now it's over, and you're not going to meet another celebrity, and you go back to your normal life of being a nobody. And it's like but the reason why I think I don't struggle with that is because I already have something. Like, I have my acting stuff, and I have my own community and my content. Like, I really care about this stuff. And I think most streamers don't really know why they do what they do. They just kind of go live and catch on. And a lot of people start, like, they think they're bigger and better than they are because of that access to him, that they feel like there's something special there when they haven't done enough work on their own content and their own to develop who they are. And so they have nothing to fall back on. They never had a base. They never really built anything. And now it's like they didn't realize how dependent they were on that community and him or whatever. It's just my thoughts. But I was thinking about it the other day, and I was like, I wonder if there's more he could be doing aware of that, and to prevent just people becoming just epic haters. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen people so angry and willing to dedicate so much to attack. And it's like people are changing their political ideology to get back at him. I mean, I don't want to say any names, but I've seen people go from conservative to leftist to spite him. And I'm like, what in the world is happening? Like, wow, that's insane, dude. Absolutely insane. So I don't know, man. I don't even know. Like, I don't know what he's done to upset so many people that way. I mean, like, if you really think about it, did he really hurt you that bad, man? Like, I don't know, man. these people think he is what they say. Yeah, they've convinced themselves that he is a monster. Like, he is the most evil monster on the planet. Like, they've convinced themselves of that. Seriously. So I just think they're the only ones who are suffering in the end, right? Like, imagine that, swallowing that poison and living in that funk and that negativity. I feel terrible for them, and I just can't. I just wonder why they continue to marinate in that horrible place. I mean, if somebody hurt me that bad, boy, unless they did something physical to my family or me or something, I would just completely move on and find another thing, another place. And, you know, like, I had an experience when I was young in my early 20s where I lost some friends because I didn't know how to express myself and tell a certain friend that I was unhappy with what he was doing. And it led to some conflict. And then I ended up getting, like, kicked out of my friend group. Like, I was not welcome because my friends sided with this guy. And I was, like, I was literally at one point pushed out away from the friend group, and I lost my friends. I lost them, and it's my fault. I should have just told the guy much earlier I was unhappy with something, and I just let it build up and build resentment, and then, you know, was probably a dick, and he responded eventually, and my friends kind of sided with him, and I probably wasn't a great friend, and I lost my friend group. I mean, it's not the first time. It happened to me another time when I was younger, where I went on a trip and I came back and I had, like, a best friend, and he was then playing basketball with some other guys and wanted nothing to do with me as a friend. And I was like heartbroken. Like, what did I do? I don't know. But I've had that happen twice in my life where I lost my friend or my friend group. And what did I do? I didn't spend the rest of my life hating on them. And I just found things to do and new friends. And I found other things, you know, and I'm glad I did. Fake ass friend. I mean, I think also that friend and I were growing apart, and I didn't know how to deal with that. You know, you have, like, friends, best friend when you grow up, and then you get a little older. I'm talking like second grade kind of thing, you know, and then, you know, you grow a little bit and you grow apart, especially if you go on a trip like for a month or something. So I think that's normal. I don't think I was betrayed. I think it's just my friend got interested in other things and I didn't know what to do. So, but my whole point is, like, I've lost friends before and it was devastating, and I picked myself up and I got new friends and I moved on. Grassroots, what's up, bro? Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Hell yeah. Let's freaking go. But I think Destiny's a little different because he's a celebrity, and it's intoxicating, and then it's heartbreaking when you're thrown out or you have a conflict and the whole community turns on you, because DGG can be pretty harsh too, because they will follow Destiny's lead, which is totally normal, right? Like, people in the friend group are gonna do what the friend does. They're gonna circle the wagons. So that can be hard, you know. You lose your group, you lose your tribe, you lose your guild, and if you don't have anything else, it can be devastating. The destiny giveth, and the destiny taketh. What you described is extremely relatable. I think so. He forgives everyone, though. He does. Yeah, he's pretty forgiving. Like, for Hassan, for example, is very strange. He is the ultimate obsessed hater. Like the fact that he even talks about Destiny with everything he has going on and all the success he's had is just ridiculous. Like, he should not care at all. Like, Destiny should be an afterthought for him and DGG. Like, he should not care. Even if people bother him in his comments and stuff, what does he care? I mean, the guy's one of the most talked about people in politics, and he's talking about sex pestiny, and it's like, dude, nobody even knows who he's talking about when he says that. It's like, well, who is this person you're talking about? What are you on about? Like, that talk about just like a scorned friend / heartbroken guy. I mean, wow, very strange behavior. Talk about someone who could turn the spigot off, cause all those problems. Yeah, I don't understand that. If I was Hassan, I would just be driving around in my supercar, just hitting on models and going to clubs and having the time of my life, man. Like, what is your problem, bro? Are you good? Get the mental health care you need and just enjoy life, man. What the fuck? Like, you're one of the most famous people in American politics. You can go just be a god, you know, and you're sitting here crying about Destiny. Like, huh? What a freak, man. Son wants to be viewed as an intellectual, yeah. If I had the money he does, I would not be going on Twitter every day.
Can we get rid of the word snarker? Hater is better. I've never snarked someone's guts. I've definitely hated people's guts.
I don't know the difference between the two terms. Yeah, hater is a good one. I think snarker is like you're dedicated to the cause. It's like it's your full-time job, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know the snarker thing. I know like Ethan Klein has a whole subreddit that snarks him or something, but I have never seen it. Doesn't really make sense to me. It's like hater communities or something, but I don't know, man. That behavior just seems very unhealthy, and you're only hurting yourself engaging in that stuff, you know? I try to not be as harsh and mean with my dislike for some people, you know? Like, I kick myself every time I say something nasty about Hassan. I'm like, God, I should just, why even bother? Like, it only hurts me to do it. DGG definitely doesn't want to lose, all right? Well, I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, if Destiny got upset with me, all of DGG would be upset with me. There would be nobody fighting on my behalf. And that's fine. I get it. It is, you know, I'd expect the same from my community. Like, you guys would go to bat for me if I got mad at somebody, you know. It is what it is. Depends on what you do. Okay, name one person that Destiny has gotten mad at that you guys defended in DGG. Let's see. Let me see some examples. One person that to this day you disagree with Destiny and you still defend to this day. Let's see. Give me one name. Isco? That's new. That's brand new. Come on. Josiah, Wick. Wick's not hated by Destiny. Hutch, Wick. These are all people he likes. What are you talking about? I'm talking about somebody who he threw the hell out of his community, and you go to town, you go to bat. I will say it every time. Destiny's wrong, and I'll defend. He is wrong. Wrong. He got this one wrong. Abba? I mean, Abba quit him. Does loner count? I don't think Destiny canceled Lonerbox. Like, he still says nice things about Lonerbox, right? Like, I'm sure he has a negative little quip once in a while, but Lonerbox quit him. Now, most of these people you guys are naming are people that quit Destiny, and so he's like, well, fuck you then. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Destiny's not really mad at a lot of people. I don't think he cares that much. Bosch? I don't even think Destiny's mad at Bosch. I defend IRI based. I've got my defenders out there, but I can see, like, if I, like, for example, on the Key Shirley thing, when it first happened, I was put into the camp of cleaning up for Keith a little bit and being nice to him, I guess. And I could see, and some people were mad saying that I was being too nice or whatever, But then Destiny said a few things about how I'm not in that camp, and the focus turned to everyone else, like Josiah and I think mostly Josiah in that one. So then there was no more hate for me. I now was fine. They said you were sweeping for him in the very beginning. Yeah, because I said at one point, I was like, well, Keith, I think what you're saying is da 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 da. I was just trying to be nice because he wasn't a guest. And he was someone that I didn't know anything about beyond interacting with him once and seeing him on YouTube before. So I was giving him the benefit of the doubt. But I try not to get offended by an occasional comment here or there because I know people kind of ride the wave of how Destiny's feeling. So I don't take it personal. Now, if I see people talking shit about me in DGG, I'll ban their ass in my channel because some people come over here two-faced, like running their mouths about me over there, and then they come over here trying to at me and ask me questions, trying to play chip, trying to be all cool, and they get deleted. Few of those incidents have happened recently. But it's not very often. Imagine bothering to do that. Well, I just don't like if I see someone being two-faced. I don't like that. But I'm not going to sit here the rest of my life screaming at them, like bitching about their name. I'm not going to bring up names or anything like that. I move on very quickly. What happened to Destiny's cat? That was my favorite over. I think that was his girlfriend's cat, and they broke up. Something like that. Oh, being two-faced? Well, I think there's some young people over there that just being weird. Russell search. Yeah, I have Russell search. I can search IRI on Russell search and see what people say. Some people run their mouths. People will tell me, hey, Destiny, you got brought up on Destiny stream. So what can I do? Not going to scrub through a 7-hour VOD. I'll go over to Russell search and put in my name and it'll give me a timestamp. And then I can follow the timestamp to the part in the VOD and see, okay, what happened? Right? I think it's fun when I get brought up over there or he watches a clip or something. I think it's cool too, But I'm not going to spend 8 hours scrubbing through a VOD. Wow, where is it? It's 10 seconds forward, 10 seconds forward, 10 seconds forward. So sometimes I'll do that and I'll see someone running their mouths. I'm like, I know that name. That person coming by my channel trying to act all nice, saying some nasty things over here, thinking I'm not going to see that. Well, I'll wait till they come next time and make an example. Search me. It's mostly nice things you guys say. Well, DGers who are the most loud and annoying are usually young. Yeah, I mean it's probably a young person thing. It's all good. I don't paint with a broad brush. You know what I mean? The thing, what I like about DGG is the edginess, the jokes, because that's me. Like if you hang out with me in real life, I'm making all sorts of jokes. I'm not serious at all, and I grew up with trolling and stuff and talking shit in chats and stuff. Not trying to get people riled up and saying they're idiots or something. Just kind of messing around. I like that. I kind of like that 2015, 2013 chat room stream vibe. Can we get you on AE more often? I mean, I could pop by anytime, but every time I go by, Dan's watching videos of someone getting arrested or something. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, if I can, I'll definitely come by. I miss edgy chats. Dan and his cop slop. Right?
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
I refer to you as Giga Chat and DGG, and my logs will reflect as much.
Hell yeah. There's a dutiful soldier right there. Thank you, Stu. I appreciate the $10, bro. Hell yeah. Thank you for fighting the good fight. AE only streams on Kick. Yeah, not on YouTube. I love Dan. Dan's fun. All right. I think I talked enough shit. Probably got myself in trouble there, but that's okay. I didn't name any names. And I don't hate on any of these people. I don't care.
The border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Us off me again. Romantic face emoji.
Romantic face emoji. Jan, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. What do you think of the Minnesota-Wisconsin primaries? I'm very unhappy. Very unhappy. I thought Francesca Hong was robbed. David Data Center Crowley's going to be a nightmare. He's going to lose by a mile. You said nothing bad. Anybody turning this into trouble should be thrown out. Well, there's people who live to watch people talking about this stuff. That's all. But I don't hate on those people. They're going to do their thing, man. What can I do? I can't control any of that. Red bird flew him to victory. Hell yeah. What do you think about James Fishback? Jesus Christ, that guy is a train wreck, man. What a grifter, Like, talk about somebody just saying anything, doing anything to get attention. Like, what a weirdo. He's also the dummy behind the Doge dividends idea. Remember that? Doge was going to save $2 trillion and send us all a $5,000 check. He was the moron who made that get popular by writing something about it. now he's known as a racist down in Florida as he unsuccessfully runs for the Republican nomination to be governor. But hey, man, whatever it takes to get famous and attention, I guess. He used to be like a decent dude, from what I understand. I remember him talking to Destiny when he was on Jubilee, and he said, I teach high school kids how to debate. And he seemed like a, just kind of a maybe centrist, libertarian type, kind of normal, nothing crazy. And took a hell of a turn. He'll win the election with Graper, but I don't think he's trying to win. I think he's just trying to ingratiate himself with a certain community. I don't think he's genuinely trying to win. I honestly don't really know what he's doing, but whatever, man. Doing him, bro. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Listen, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you guys. Fun Friday. I'll be back next week. We got the Florida primary. We have another DSA guy who wants to go down in flames. Oliver Larkin trying to dethrone Jared Moskowitz in an R+4 district with his hardcore DSA platform. So good luck with that. That should be interesting. And of course, the lefties will abandon him the second he loses his race and pretend he never existed and move on. Thank you guys for all the super chats, the memberships, the subs, the bits. We even had a bunch of subs on Kick. Appreciate that, guys. Make sure you're following on Kick if you're not already, and subbed on YouTube. I'll be back on Sunday to go over the Sunday show. It should be interesting. I don't know who's going to be on what, but maybe David Crowley will be on one, and should be interesting. We're like 80 days from the midterms, guys. It's coming, man. It is fast approaching. But thank you guys all for hanging out. I appreciate the support. Shout out to everybody out there. And have a wonderful weekend, everybody. I will see you guys on Sunday. Bye-bye.